The following is rated TV MALSV. It contains strong language, violence, and nudity. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Dave's Drama Diner. I am owner, proprietor, and your host, Devious Dave Rose. Welcome and a happy Friday to every single one of you. As always, let's start off by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those that have chosen to spend their time with us here today. It's the Costanza, Danny the Mountain MT, the man with two first names who recently very much appreciated my Rolling 101 video, Danimal, J Diz, the father that takes care of his child, Jake Bars. He's also known to rap from time to time. And I'm sure there's many more that are just waiting to show themselves here today. No thumbs down just yet, but it's still early. We've literally just unlocked the doors. Oh, and it's the YR program. Well, it's good that he's here because he will be witness to some of his actions. But we have a great meal planned for you all here today. Shout out to Eclipse X3 there in the chat. The final meal will be probably the most delectable, the most enjoyable, and probably the most spectacular. But that's staying under wraps for now. To start off our community cornucopia, we are going to examine a little bit of the tomfoolery that went down yesterday. So let me just bring this video up, and you'll get a better idea as to what I'm referring to. But let's just get to it here. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you yesterday's drama Q&A show that YR, Keith, and Tony were doing.
Thing or nothing, he just put it on and like looked around and put it on for a couple minutes and then took it off.
He's like a talentless carrot top.
Like,
this is where he's talking about Mello. Quite synchronistic. You make some good points, and it's funny because he's not the only one who's noticed this, so I do take pleasure in knowing that I'm not the only one who sees it. But both of them were acting very, very childish, and it must be pointed out, because when children spill their milk and they refuse to clean it up, well, they get a spanking.
like he's doing a fucking talent show.
Dude, you know how many that's the thing, though. That's his gimmick. He has nothing else. He dresses up. He plays dress. Welcome to Chad in the chat. Z the Reaper. Got the Fat Mask. He's got... All right, Dave, we have enough of you. It was a fucking amazing trying to get to the point. But he's... Tony's making...
But, I forget what my original point was to that.
What a surprise.
Now. But Drew's been...
Appreciate it, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah. Literally.
He did give me some good car advice the other day, so I'm going to be looking into that too.
Literally, almost.
Let's test out. But YR did basically rage quit the stream because he just didn't like how things were going.
All right, stop. That's Ken's clips. Stop stealing the Ken clips. Come on.
Also, YR doesn't like the drug talk on his show.
FM clips. Come on.
Gotti movie from HBO, the HBO Gotti movie.
Bro, puts his fucking head in the vice.
Hey, tall.
Very occasionally I get recognized, but generally
Oh my God.
I'm having fun. It really is a cool job. It's got to be up there with one of the.
Alright, I couldn't take anymore. Jesus Christ. What is he doing?
Sometimes at night I jerk off to my voice, and you know, like, come on, over the top. What happened? You got rid of him?
One man.
See, that's the thing, though. I mean, they're both acting like bitches. First of all, you guys got to be on the same page when you start the fucking show. So, shout out to Based Alcatraz in the chat. But you got to be on the same page. And it's not entertaining for us listening for you guys to fucking do your little squabbles and, you know, stop doing it. Simple as that. But, you know, you shouldn't have to sort of end the call. Not end the... Well, you did end the call, but you shouldn't have to remove Tony from the call for you to regain some semblance of order on your own fucking show. But you shouldn't have to fucking bitch out and rage quit because you can't get control of your show.
One rose.
Oh, you're gone.
One wire.
Goodbye.
You're fucked up, dude.
And Tony also still doesn't know too much about the timing and stuff. And by this point, you got him.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
The best thing to do is actually, if you want to learn how things work, is to stay quiet and pick your spots. And then just observe and see where somebody might be able to slip something in. And then realize, well, yeah, I can do the same. I'm not the one with the baton. I'm the one with the fucking, you know, symbols, okay? I follow what the conductor says. I don't fucking run the show.
We gotta get ready for the game.
Dude, what the fuck are you removing me for, bro?
Dude, Tony, stop. It's my game.
Tony, you keep kicking him out, too. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? He stopped. Gonna get into a war.
He just removed me.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's Bozy and SC called me. I mean, I think it was I think SC called Bozy and Bozy called me.
What? SC's trying to worm his way on the show.
Actually, it was that actually happened on Dr. Earl's show the other day. That somehow SE Steve got added on there, and this guy's fucking a leper. He's a pariah. You shouldn't be touching him with a 10-foot pole. And Keith, you know, I'm looking at you with one of my eyes. The other one's looking somewhere else. And fact is, no. Okay? No. And that goes for anyone else associating with SE Steve. It's as simple as that. I'm making this dictate. Consider me a dictator. That's perfectly fine. He is fucking utter trash and cancer. Don't touch him. You see what he did with yesterday's show if you tuned in, which most people probably didn't. But the point is that S.E. Steve is a worm, is a rat, and, you know, being Greasy Stevie, Slimy Stevie, weasels his way in somehow through the cracks and stuff, just like fucking worms and shit. And is just obviously trying to get back, but you're not coming back, okay? And, well, tonight's piece de résistance, the most delectable meal that I think will probably ever be served at the diner. But, you know, that's actually kind of speaking ill of my art, because I can't say ever. I mean, the diner, I plan to keep the diner open, so, you know, I would say perhaps the better way to say it is the best meal to date. But that's something that will come at the end, so stay tuned and, you know, stay here because that's coming. That's coming. All right, so back to this. So back to the stream. We got, again, further evidence that I guess SC Steve maybe had a early weekend or something. So started off by trying to get onto YR's stream, and then, eventually made his way, slithered his way through the sewers into the Dr. Earl music show.
Because I blocked him after Devious J. Rose said he's not a good person.
Right. Oh.
I'll come back to the show now.
We are on the show.
My God, the fucking dead air and shit. And what he did is at this point, he had hung up on everyone and then added Keith back into his stream. But me, Tony, and I think Ken was still on there. And
Jesus.
There he is.
Yo, why is SC trying to worm it? Tell Ken what you just said, Keith.
Trying to worm it in with both.
SC called It's Bullsy, and he had It's Bullsy call me. And then SC, I don't think SC's trying to worm his way back onto the show. I think he's trying to, he's trying to get me to unblock him.
Wow.
Well, at least people are aware of the situation. But yeah, I thought we'd at least start off with that little appetizer there that I thought should be mentioned, because I think both of them were acting quite childish. But the problem is, first, the problem is that YR keeps letting Tony back without fucking putting his foot down, and again, using that thing on his face called a mouth to explain the rules. Then it goes on to Tony, who's being a fucking prima donna bitch and not doing what he's being told and not paying attention. The biggest disrespect that you can show to someone is not listen to them. Okay, you hear them, but you don't listen to what they are saying. You don't fucking put that extra emphasis, because again, if somebody gives you undivided attention when you speak, you goddamn well better do the exact same thing backwards, okay? Because that shows that you have integrity, that you are a person that shows respect, and as such, deserves respect. But if you're doing your own thing, and look, no, you don't get to fucking use the excuse that you're too fucking stoned and high, okay? Because, dude, I know that I just ran over that whole bus, because I was in this backhoe, but I was just too stoned. I didn't realize. No, then you shouldn't have been operating the backhoe. Simple as that. So you can't run a show. You can't fucking follow orders. You can't at least keep some semblance of fucking organization. Then what are you doing? So, no, I'm going to have to call you out on that shit. Travis says, it's like the question to Keith asked about Dave's eye, and he tried to say Simo, said to say it, but it was actually SC. Keith cannot lie. Good point. Yes. And the fact is, this falls on Tony, because whether it be, and this is probably one of, but not specifically, the reasons why I decided that I just wasn't going to work with Tony, because we were talking about doing like a show based on cannabis, and I think it was something else that we discussed. But the thing is, though, he doesn't fucking take orders properly. I'm sorry, you are the subordinate to me. And since you won't even fucking make your own fucking videos on your channel, and you want to be on mine, well, you follow my fucking orders. You can't fucking do so? Well, you're not working with me. If I run the show, I'm the one who calls the pace, the fucking beat. Shout out to Real Talk, the Metaphor Messiah. Glad that he's here. Well, everyone obviously is welcome here. Unlike, Skunt's place, there aren't, separate entrances for whites and coloreds. And, again, VIP in-house. So, trying to gain back what I was saying. Talking about... I see Steve. Let me just go back to the stream so I can fucking remind myself. VIP in-house. Discussed. But the thing is, though, he doesn't fucking take orders properly. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tony, not taking orders. That's the thing. If you want to be on the shows, if you want to be my lover, you cannot have a penis. So that obviously excludes Scott, and I'm sure he's very, very sad about that. But that's just the rules. I'm not a fag. But yes, Tony wants to do his own thing. He wants to march to his own beat. And sorry, Tony, that doesn't work that way. If you want to be involved, you gotta follow the guy who's, if it's their stream, if it's their channel, they're the one who runs it. Simple as that. So if somebody calls into my show where I'm running the fucking thing and they're my co-host and stuff and I'm doing the graphics and transitions and all this other shit, they're looking out for my best interest by anticipating what I plan to do, by balancing what I'm doing, just looking out for those cues to be more than just self-aware. And we're not seeing that. We're not seeing it at all from Tony. And I'm just tired of the bitching and stuff because it's not getting you anywhere. It's just, you don't want me, blah, blah, blah. But then you come back. But you still don't get it, though. You have a lot of potential, Tony. And the other day, I was actually praising him because he was, doing some impromptu songs and stuff. And they were funny. And the timing was right. But, when he's just trying to go over other people, and you notice so many times where he just continues to talk just so that he can talk over, he'll talk over people and continue to talk just so that he can be the one with the last word. He wants to be the one who can be the one speaking at that moment. He won't stop himself to be like, oh, sorry, you had something to say? I'll wait, And I'm sorry, if you're impatient and you want to blame, oh, I'm too stoned, I'll forget, write it down. I'm sorry, there's no excuses. There's no excuses. So the prima donna attitude needs to end if you want to be part of this community and just be involved and do your thing. Because if not, again, nothing's stopping you from making your own channel. See, Travis there in the chat gets it. I like Tony, but there is an issue with him talking over. Mm-hmm. And that's just the fact. If he wants to, again, be able to work with YR, then he's got to sort of learn that. And, that's just how it is. What else was I going to say? There was something else that I wanted to mention. But, we'll see what happens. You never know. Maybe he'll sort of realize something and start working towards, something positive with Wire. I don't know. C-Man in the chat says, Tony would have to start with a low amount of viewers. He wouldn't do it. There's a reason he's attached himself to Wire. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you are right, C-Man, because he actually has mentioned this in the past about the effort of having to make, having to garner, viewers and blah, blah, blah. And when he put that forward, I was like, but hold on. But is this something that you want to do, or you're concerned about the viewers and stuff? If this is just something you want to do, you're going to do it on your own. And if you get viewers, great. If you don't, well, either you continue doing what you're doing because you like what you're doing, or you've just revealed yourself that it was all about the fucking views. So, again, I don't care how many people tune into my show. It's cool. It's very cool that we got 50 viewers currently watching right now. But I've done videos in front of like 3-4 people and still done like 3-4 hour shows and shit and talked about stuff that I wanted to talk about. And, I've gone back and watched those things, again, like some people are just so transparent with the way they operate that, it's just same with Bodark, for example. Where it's like, oh, well, I can set up the donations. It's like, dude, you're not only putting you're putting the cart before the horse, you're putting the fucking wheels before the cart. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, these people coming in and thinking that they can immediately, and I don't blame Joe Cronin for this. People look to Joe Cronin and think they can do it. People look to people like Ken and think they can do it. But it's just like, oh, I'm going to be famous on the internet. I'm going to just be able to make a ton of money. Like, these guys, clearly, they're untalented. Like, it hasn't taken them years to get all this support and stuff. So if they can get donation stuff, I'm going to make donations too. And in fact, I'm going to make like a Patreon tier of $500. Because, of course, people are going to want to pay that amount of money every month for me to say something. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid how disconnected so many of these people are. And Joe's mentioned this too. But it's so prevalent. It's so prevalent to see all these people thinking that, well, first of all, just getting into it just to fucking make money. And it's just like speculators and fucking money traders, they all fucking deserve to burn. It's as simple as that. Because the desire for, well, this is a combination of several things. Pride is one of them. But it's so artificial, so soulless, that I find it personally disgusting. I can't have tolerance for this. I can't have compassion for this line of thinking. Afternoon, Festlove. So, again, this is something that shouldn't be dismissed so easily. What else? There was something else. We had talked about Bodark. See, today I didn't bring my list. I didn't write my list, to be honest. Not bringing it. Bringing it would be to the same fucking room. I just didn't write it because I was making mental notes. And, well, it's been a long day. I woke up way too early. We'll see what condition I'm in tonight. But, yeah, I got booze. I've got fucking gummies. I got weed. We'll see. Also, on another tangent altogether. Tune in tonight to Friday Night Fire, exclusively on the Foul Mouths Network. Because, people, if you're willing to put up the money, $500 sent to Dave Rose, donated through that show, you will see me live on air shave my head. And I think you would enjoy it, because I don't necessarily need to start from the top. I could do the sides. I could give myself an old man sort of skullet type, U haircut. And I've also got an electric razor. So I've got my clippers, got my electric razor, and I even have a straight blade. So I can get this thing fucking shaved down to the skin. I can get a little cloth on air and just shine it up and make myself look like fucking Mr. Clean. Hey, Ryan Murray says, do it. Yeah, okay, well, if we get to $500 donated exclusively to Dave Rose, then it will happen. But that should be everyone's encouragement, to actually see Dave Rose finally lop off the final locks that he has on his head and see him in his bald glory. And that'll be closer to what many people think of me, Lex Luthor. Hopefully that'll come with the billions of dollars. But I say it's definitely worth it. I'm worth it. You know, maybe she's worth it. Well, I am, baby. I'm worth it. And the shocks on my truck are definitely worth it. So it's going to my baby, my Betty. That's what she's called. And she's black, and that's why she's called Black Betty. Bam-ba-dam. So, apparently, yeah, Sparrow's told me that Skunty there, jealous that he has to walk everywhere, doesn't own a vehicle, and probably, you know, is jealous of that, has been making some fake accounts, you know, criticizing me and the desire or need to actually be safe on the road and have, you know, a properly maintained vehicle. So, you know, it's not like it's going to fucking hard liquor, cocaine, Molly, prostitutes, casino. No, it's going to being able to continue living a normal life. And certainly you're not getting me getting tased on Ken's birthday, which was yesterday. Happy birthday, bro. But yeah, that's not going to happen with me. Ryan Murray says, Dave, your hair is too beautiful. He says, I said don't. No, but the thing is, though, I think people are still, like, do people still think I have long hair? Because you've seen me on Fire, and I look like fucking John Cena these days with this fucking stupidly poofy hair. But yeah, sure, I can comb it, and it looks okay and stuff, but you got to put some gel in there if you really want it tight. And I don't like it that way. So, yeah, I think it would be a great opportunity for everyone to see Dave Luther. Excuse me. Travis makes a good point. No fake accounts as of yet. Let's see some work, guys. Get on it. Where's the lazy eye one? Get some Knicker Junebug accounts. Come on, do your job. Well, maybe Simo or Chris Moore, I should say. Maybe he's been put back into jail. I doubt it. I'm sure that they're, you know, still like Michigan's a fucking shithole and it's fucking so fucked. But you know, he was released because of COVID. So logic dictates, well, you know, you still have time to do. So regardless, though, we know he does have time these days to dox people, as he's, you know, constantly seen in the chats. And we have, you know, Skunty there, as always, evident, thinking that he's very clever, like nobody's ever going to know this is me. But we do. Back to the chat. Danny the Mountain MT says, LOL, my poor homeboy upped it to 800 for him to shave his face. I love Tommy. Ha ha, what a character. No, see, that's pathetic, and it's very pathetic, and it's pathetic. And Tommy needs to be scolded and castigated for it. Only a fucking attention whore would do such a thing. And Ken tried to pull defense on fucking Tommy there, tried to protect his fat little butterball, but he sure couldn't fucking do it. And he got called out for it by me, because he's like, oh, well, when has Tommy done that? And I could have kept going, but I didn't. But the fact is, Tommy, at every opportunity, will call into one of Ken's show. And that's it. There's period. Like, end of fucking discussion. That is it. And we know that most of the time it's like, well, what are you doing? It's like that fucking, remember early on Family Guy where, what happened? Peter ends up, like, he gets female hormones and shit, so he's acting like a woman and shit. So he ends up, like, he's in the bathtub and he calls Quagmire. He's like, hey, Quagmire. And Quagmire's like, hey, Peter, what's up? And Peter's like, nothing. And then Quagmire's like, okay, so what's going on? Well, I'm just taking a bath. What about you? Hey, what's going on? And it's just like, eventually he hangs up on the guy because it's just like, it's just nothing talk. Just fucking nothing talk. Hold on a second here. I'm getting really... my mind is going a mile a minute. I'm very excited about this. Look, I'm firing on all cylinders. I'm fucking on fire here because what I've wanted to tell you guys for the last few days, I've been keeping my mouth shut. I was planning to do this fucking show potentially as a power trip on Sunday. I can't wait. I can't wait anymore. So we got to do this tonight in a drama diner. So I'm giving you more stuff. So yes, back to the Tommy thing. Almighty One says Tommy shouldn't even do it. He'll look like Bastion Booger. Yes, the fucking look. Tommy does it. Okay, Tommy does it, and there's a reason why I sort of made it clear that I don't think we should be taking Tommy's calls on Friday. I'm always honest with Ken. Everyone knows this. And again, why do you need Tommy when you literally have the elite? You've got fucking Foulmouth Ken. You got sometimes Shannon. You got me. You got Nikki Nines. And you got Mars Mira. That's gold on its own and doesn't require someone bringing them down because they want attention. This happened actually the other day, I think, on one of these shows where fucking Tommy called in and started talking about his problems. And I may have talked about this. I think I did No, I did. I know I did. This was a couple of years ago, at least a year ago, and potentially up to 2 years. But this definitively did happen, is that Tommy would constantly call me on Skype, literally just wanting a therapist. And this was way, way before his dad stuff. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to turn someone down if they're in that situation. Way before that stuff. This is more like Joe Cronin stuff, fucking Ken stuff, Tommy C, stuff like that. And it got to the point where I had to tell Tommy, look, Tommy, I am not your therapist. I don't want to be your therapist. And guess what? I don't appreciate these calls where you call me up randomly. You don't even check if I'm available. You know, you just like, what? Do I have to fucking literally... Look, maybe you're my neighbor. Maybe, I keep my doors unlocked during the day because I'm in and out. Is it okay for you to just barge into my house, or would you at least fucking knock? And I told him, stop. Like, if you're going to fucking do this, I'm going to block you. Don't call me, seeking... First of all, don't call me randomly expecting me to just answer and stuff. And don't fucking call me, like, expecting me to be your therapist and stuff, And it was a huge imposition, in my opinion. And I don't appreciate that. And I'm more than willing to be vocal about it. It's not about being nice. It's about having some self-respect. And I have self-respect. So I'm not going to be treated as some sort of, shoulder to cry on, like, whenever somebody feels the need for it, or fucking, I don't know, an emotional punching bag when they've been frustrated by the world and, can't find anyone else available on fucking Skype, or someone who hasn't put themselves in Do Not Disturb. But I shouldn't have to do that. Back to the chat. We've got, do we have? Shout out to Rocka from down under. I don't see his first message in here, so I don't see him greeting me as the King of Canada, but that's okay. Where else? We got the Goon, who said... Oh, hold on. There's more. There's better stuff. I should have been paying attention to the chat. Okay, so... There we go. So Danimal actually says, what kind of loser doesn't have a car in their mid-30s? That is a good question in the sense that the guy literally is living not in his hometown. So he lives in basically a foreign place. He must have flown out there, obviously. But why? If I went to go work in the oil fields and shit, I would have driven out, I should say. Even if it was like with a little fucking shit beater or something, independence. The Lagoon, who we welcome to our chat, says, this isn't about a car. This is a strategy by Dave. He knows by cutting his hair, attention will be on him, in turn provoking Scunty to make videos, resulting in another power trip. Genius. Well, then he could make fun of more than one thing about me, you know? But then again, what has ever stopped him from doing that? So, you know, he doesn't need an excuse. It's like... It's like one of these fucking Wheels of Fortune where it's just like every answer is attack or fucking go psycho. You know, you don't need fucking variation. He's going to do the same fucking thing. Okay, so Bam says, Tommy can do his on Saturday. Tommy should only do his shit on Saturday, and that's it. He shouldn't be calling into Livewire, which is on Wednesdays, which is supposed to be a more serious show. He shouldn't be calling Friday Fire. And yeah, you've got Insomniac, which is real jokey, real childish, and, you know, it fits that niche. It fits that niche, and people enjoy it, and it works well with that crew. So, of course, it fits there. And, yeah, I think, you know, because Converted and Can I Talk are sort of random and stuff, yeah, Tommy fits there too, you know, because it's sort of like somewhat random in some sense, although we know that really it just takes Ken going live for Tommy calling in. But it fits more there than it would on Friday Fire or on Livewire, which is the serious show. And I honestly think that it should be the serious show. As in, look, if every show is gonna be a fucking joke shit show, then all you're doing is pulling a Cronin here. You know, it doesn't matter if the crews are different. If it's the exact same content, it's just different masks on this. You know, it's you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Back to the chat. We've got Travis who says, man, when boys aren't playing with their fake accounts, it's very, very obvious. Yes, it is. Oh, well, maybe one of them just woke up. We got a thumbs down. Irish Dave, welcome. How's that soap? You know, the Irish Springs. Wheel Tactics, welcome to you. If you smell what the Dave is cooking, he says. Almighty One says, Tommy shouldn't even do it. He'll look like Bastion Booger. I read that one. Will Tactics says Dave's going bald tonight. That'd be cool. And it would prepare me, I guess, for the upcoming... It's supposed to be fairly humid by next week. 37 degrees Celsius. So you Americans figure that out. Rocca agrees with me. Exactly. Exactly, mate. He can call into Saturday night, for fuck's sake, that cunt. Damn wanker. He didn't say that last stuff, but I added it. I think that's appropriate. I know he wanted to. Bam says, correct, Rocca. He doesn't need to be on Friday. Bam, I think he doesn't need to be on many shows. But I'm willing to tolerate that as long as it's not incessantly put in my face. And I really don't want to deal with him on Fridays. Simple as that. Danny says, Tommy told me today he's already going to be calling into Ken's show tonight. I have a bad feeling about it. Your premonitions are correct, Mountain. Rocca says, I haven't called in for 7 weeks now. Nothing worse than being hassled or wearing out your welcome. Travis says, what are all the fake accounts doing? There's a prime place for them to come in and do what they've been doing for over a year now. Just strange how silent it is. Well, the thumbs down are increasing, so now we have 3. Famous Ken says, what's up, y'all? How's everybody doing on this, or how's everyone doing on this fine Friday? You got to get that that verbal converter for your phone, Ken, that understands and can translate New Yorkese, because I think that's why some of these messages never come in proper. Let's see here. I've got to catch up a fair bit. The chat is starting to fill up. I know I'm going a little slow, but whatever. New show, says the Goon. Dilemmas with Dave, episode 1. The Wendy's Woes with Tommy NC 2010. I like the naming. I love the naming convention. Rocco says it's Saturday morning, 5:42 a.m. there. Wow, fucking cold. That's right, it's winter for you guys. Well, it's just about to be winter soon enough once we hit the summer solstice. It's the Costanza says, is Kurt Allure, the puppet, showing up tonight? His name is Kurt O'Lure. Okay, that's O''Lerr. He's Irish, after all. And I believe he has family living in Boston, particularly scumbags that live in Boston. But I don't know. That guy's a weird fellow. You never know with that freak. So we did get some fake accounts here. Travis the Gestapo Mongoloid. Okay. I'll have to review those later. Oh, look. Just pathetic, really. Foulmouth Ken says, hey, I'll shave my ball hair for $30. Okay, so let's continue because there's some other stuff in here that doesn't need to be read. That's not hot, Rocca. 37. It's humid. The Goon says, though Friday Fire surpassed Corrupted by a long shot, the only time I'd say was on par was the original cast with JB, respectively, of course. Yeah, well, that's up for debate. I mean, again, we've only done, 3 episodes? So, I mean, we've got a lot to live up for with Corrupted because, yeah, again, Corrupted made that sort of imprint on people because it was something that at that point was different and combined all these different characters, into one place. So, all right. So back to the chat here. Bird says, "Hey Dave, just got the notification. How's your day going?" It's going. Rocca says it's 3 degrees Celsius there. Oof, that is cold. Let's see what else here. The Goon says Power Trip episode 18 will feature a private detective providing a live recording of the trial of Skunt. You might not be far off from that. Wink, wink. Again, there's always the possibility of doing a fundraising for pursuing legal actions like civil court. Okay, not obviously criminal, but you can still sue people. Even if they're facing jail time and so forth. So there is that possibility where if a GoFundMe was started or something like that, a substantial amount of money could be put together to essentially have him held accountable for his slander and his libel. So, back to the chat. We got... Rocker says 37 is damn hot. Anything over 30 is, but I'm old. Well, I'm old too. I'm cranky. But, I don't know, 37 in a nice dry environment like Arizona would probably be nice. It's the humidity, that's the problem. Good afternoon, Tiff. Thank you for joining us here tonight. I'm glad that you have taken the time to be here. I've only gone through a few appetizers so far. There is another meal to go, and then there's the piece de résistance. A very spectacular meal to come at the end. And I would love for you to be here to experience that. Almighty One says, bunch of mosquitoes lately. Let's see here. Costanza says, Bullfrog still thinks Australia is Austria. Yeah, that was hilarious. For those that don't remember, he has a stepfather, and he didn't care which country he came from. He's just like, well, Australia. He sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. What? So he's from Austria? Well, I don't know. It's pathetic. Pathetic, really. You don't even know. But, he's kept quiet, Mr. Bullfrog. He's still around, and he's going to try to come back. I can see it happening. But I'm still interested in talking to his brother, or at least getting some truth from Bullfrog. Because, if someone is that level retarded, maybe it was genetic engineering gone awry. Maybe he fell into toxic ooze when he was young, like dropped head first onto the ground from 11 stories. I don't know, but I'm fascinated how this ham planet can exist. Continuing on. Black to the chat, says Will Tactics. I like that, actually. Goon says, if you're serious, sure, fuck it, take my money. Yeah, I'm fucking serious. Might. 80 to 9 degree Fahrenheit on East Coast. Ooh, that's sounding balmy. Ryan Murray says, I love the 4 seasons of mildness in Ireland. So mild. Oh, that does sound nice, actually. But seasons are actually a beautiful thing. And in fact, I don't know. I look forward to them. I like the change in the seasons. Summer to fall, I think that's my favorite time of the year. But there's something about winter too. And then spring. And I don't know. The 4 seasons. Love it. Vivaldi. Used to play that very well on violin, by the way. Rocco says, bring it on, DDR. I am. Tiff says, thank you for the quick recap. Oh, you got it. And Danimal has his plates and his silverware ready to go. No stainless steel here. Everyone has at least silver, gold, platinum cutlery. And we'll treat you like the royalty that you are. Except for those that give the thumbs down. Rolka says, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck. I guess it was about what Travis is saying. The Austria thing was painful. It was. That hurt my brain. Oh, it hurt my soul. Danny says 80 Fahrenheit in H-Town, which is Houston. Needs to be a bit warmer. Danny likes his heat. Ryan Murray says, wait, he actually knew Austria? Please make bullfuck name European countries on a map. I think we tried that at one point. I think there was a show that we did, and it was somebody else's show. It wasn't mine, Bert. But I think it was on Ken's show. I literally just randomly it was on Junebug's show. Random fucking questions. Random questions. And maybe you never heard it, but and I'll try to remember if the exact way that I said this. But okay, so what I said is trivia. I was doing a bunch of trivia, and I said, okay, well, oranges and lemons are this type of fruit. Here's a hint. The type of fruit starts with the letter C, like Charlie. His response, cherries, as opposed to the actual response, which should have been citrus. And remember, he grew up in Florida, the land of the oranges and Tropicana. Yeah. So it's not just green things that are organic that fucking Bullfrog won't eat. I'm wondering now if there's anything organic that he eats. Because everything seems to either be processed or genetically modified. All right, back to the chat. Let's see here. Bird says, Bullfrog will be back. I give it another month. Yeah, I said that already. Goon says, somewhere in the afterlife, musical artist Falco is ready to strike down Bullfrog. Oh, that would be good. And I think it was the Community Shorts that had me in that role where in the Amadeus movie and stuff. And that was fucking hilarious. Danny MT says, Tiff, I can finally see you everywhere now because you're not being mean and blocking me on new channels. LOL. Costanza says, winter makes my hand skin dry and crack. Okay. Okay. Just trying to get through some of this other talk here. Danny loves the heat. Costanza says they just handed Bullfrog a diploma so they could get rid of him. Yep. Danimal says, I'm sure Joe is already hitting up Bullfrog to be his punching bag and trigger donations. Well, you know, when somebody's on the outs with us, well, Cronin picks them up, signs them for a deal, and, you know, that's how it usually works. But if they ever get cool with us, he, you know, immediately lets them go. Ryan Murray says there are 4 seasons. Oh, no, something else. Yes, Jake Bars, he did say cherries. Z the Reaper says that's the problem. All the damn fried foods are destroying Bullfrog's boring. Is that same ooze that TMNT that Bullfrog showered in? Yes. I assume as much. You know, it probably was just a little fucking piglet. And then eventually, you know, he bathed in this stuff and grew into that sort of, you know, form. But let's move on now. We've been talking quite a few things. Let's move on now to our semi-main course. And let's talk about a particular individual. Joe Cronin, you are so fucking good. Oh! What I wanted to show. I was hoping to surprise you, but okay. I fucked up on that. Let's try that again. Good job, Dave. Good job. All right, so Joe Cronin, homosexual. Virtue signaling homosexual. Or is it homosexually virtue signaling? Maybe it's the latter. But, yeah. Let us examine this tweet. Joe, you might want to just stop with this bullshit because you know I'm going to call it out. And I enjoy laughing at you for this and proving that I'm correct over and over and over again. And it's not going to stop until we have our race debate. It's as simple as that. So, because, you know, it is required to remind you that you choose to basically be the coward. Not me. I'm willing to discuss topics that are difficult, that people get visceral on. But, you know, I mean, I'm willing to overlook all the other stuff. All the other stuff with the fucking the Final Frontier News stringing me along for years. I could have made you fucking money. I'm willing to overlook that stuff. But you are one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever fucking met. Because you'll virtue signal and you'll try to make yourself sound all great, all fucking, you know, tolerant and stuff, but you live with cognitive dissonance. You live with this fucking double think. You believe it and you don't believe it at the same time. Let's take a look at this fucking... I'm going to read this out. I know that some of you read it, but I'm going to read it out for those that might be driving. Or might be doing something else. Joe Cronin stated this on Twitter. In capitals now. Be you. And then everything else is mostly properly cased. Love is for everyone. I wonder if he thinks that also includes pedophiles. He says, only when we are all filled with love can we connect on the eternal existence we were meant for. We are light and waves. Matter is an illusion. That statement alone just hurts my head. partially because I love physics so much. We are discovering that math and the soul's sum is 0, and we all vibrate and echo. We must reach balance. What is this fucking Jesse J level of fucking stupid retardation? What is this shit? Hold on. Going back to the chat here quick. Chad says, I think Bullfrog was created in a Wuhan lab where they were testing to see how fat and short they can make a test tube babies through genetic modification. Sounds very probable. I wouldn't put it past them. Eclipse says, in quotations, JCS is for every sexuality, end quotes. Laugh my ass off. Clip says, Joe calls people faggot, yet virtue signals LGBT. Oh my God, that is just so succinct and on the head. Perfect. And you, yeah, we can go on with that. Travis says, so just one? That was it? Come on, go change the name of another one for me. Oh, okay, so he's talking to somebody there. Goon says, Dave, what is your opinion on daily consumption of boiled water with ginger, honey, lemon juice, and apple cider vinegar for a natural source of antioxidants? Sounds like you've got everything you need to live a very healthy, long life. Because, yes, that is all very good for you. And, yeah, daily consumption of that is good, especially first thing in the morning. Let's see here. Ryan Murray, tea doesn't count. This is in water. We know how you Brits like fucking your tea and shit, but it's not the same. Eclipse X3 says, I swear everyone in Boston is gay. It does look that way. Joe Turning Fruity here says, Almighty One. Bam is also perplexed, saying, what the fuck is that? Let's see here. Clip says, I would have commented on this tweet of a video of Joe calling people faggots. All right, so yeah, and this has been going on. I talked about this the other day. He had another fucking, yeah, Joe is fake as fuck, and we heard that. I wish someone would send me those clips. I asked. I asked YR. But the clips with fucking him reviewing what he did the last 2 days, I believe, or 3 days, where one day he's like saying he doesn't care about Scott. The next day he says that, you know, he's against them, blah, blah, blah. The stuff about when he was shitting on Tiffany and stuff, like with Jesse. Yeah, with Jesse, like, oh, I was just doing this and like, and yeah, but I could have done this. And then it's just fucking unreal. And then Joe obviously trying to spin that narrative. And you're like, yeah, just they hang out with the other people. And so, yes, fake as fuck. And Goon also makes another good point. Isn't this the guy who quoted stating there's no right answer, faggot? Yep. And he doesn't have the guts to fucking discuss this one-on-one. He doesn't. He'll try to claim some sort of moral victory and stuff, but then in the same breath, he'll be like, well, I'm not stopping anyone from being on the show. Just go into the Discord. Like, hey, I asked for a co-host. If you don't like the co-host, just come into the Discord and, yeah, I'll... Really? Tony was there for fucking hours and fucking you never took him. So, no, see, the thing is, though, you need your safe space. You can't fight a battle on your own. You can't. You can't. And even when you have the ability to have people on your side, you know, again, you claim to hate bullies, but literally you need those people on your side so that you can have them all attacking the one target because you can't handle it on your own. You're not a big boy. Because even when you do have people on your side, you waffle microphones into walls. You fucking break the facade that you had in the basement there with the fake bricks and shit. Then conveniently worked, I guess, very hard to cover it up with plaster. It's still noticeable. But, good job on at least recognizing how stupid that would look if you left it on there. So, but that's the difference between me and you, Joe. I might be an old man. I'm 41 years old and you're only 36 or something like that. But I could tell you one thing. I've never waffled a microphone into the wall. So, again, I mean, you're going to try to... It's funny, though. It's funny because we've seen this for years. You'll dismiss it. You'll dismiss what I say. You're probably listening. And you're going to dismiss what I say. Just pretend it doesn't bother you and stuff. But again, slip the jab, Joe. Slip the jab. Mix on your shoulder there, telling you to slip the jab. So, could be me, could be Ken, could be just about anybody. But you're slipping the jab regardless. But rather than, that's people like that you would support. The motherfuckers that would do the fucking, the knockout game. Rather than actually face someone, square on, fucking man to man, you want to do a little fucking punch-out game of your own, a little fucking jab, and then run away like the pussy. This could all be resolved if you had the courage and believed in actually what you believe or state that you believe in. This is why I'm questioning whether or not you actually believe this shit. Or it's some sort of it is possibly that mental, the doublethink mental condition. Because although it is fiction in 1984, we do see this literally every day. And that cognitive dissonance is a proven fact. But I don't know. I guess I have too much faith in the guy to think that he would recognize this. But it's very possible that not only that he's living this sort of doublethink, that he knows it's not okay, but he thinks it's okay. You really got to look into the cognitive dissonance sort of assessment. Back to the chat here. Let's see here. Shout out to Out With Cows. Travis makes a good point. If Joe says other people disregard anything that comes after that, yes. He also goes on and says, has there ever been a legit argument with Joe where he doesn't end up yelling and screaming? I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. And again, I put this out and the proof is out there. I suggested that we have multiple moderators and that it be not a yelling match, an actual proper debate, similar to what you would see with a presidential debate. And, there would be a transparency to things so that there would be a balance and it wouldn't look, to be biased towards one party or another. There'd be some semblance of normality and equality. See, that's the thing, though. I'm willing to face him on the same level. He refuses. He needs that army. He needs that extra support and to be in a safe space. So when, he did that, when he debated, when he tried to fight with me there on Ken's show so many years ago, it was a safe space. It was a safe space for him then, because Ken obviously was his co-host, and you could hear throughout the fucking interview. And the other day when I reviewed it, I actually should have reviewed it a little bit longer because I went back to that and listened, and oh my God, Cronin really reveals himself. Literally, I felt really bad because within 10 seconds after I ended that clip, and I said this is too much, it was fucking he just really revealed himself. But you could hear Ken defending him on that video and stuff. Well, maybe this and maybe that. Eventually, Ken smartened up because he went through the same thing. But the fact is, though, Joe could only do that in a fucking safe space. So even, for example, when I was on Monetize This, he would be, he wouldn't be winning the discussion with me. So, he wouldn't be getting me to agree to his fucking idiocy through a discussion. So he'd sort of then sick Leah and JB on me, and Jesse too. rile them up as well, and have every single one of them basically yelling at me while I'm trying to answer one of them, and then the other one's like, oh, you're not even answering. Like, clearly you don't. It's like, but hold on a second here. I'm trying to answer this one person, give them a proper answer. I heard you. We can, if you have enough patience, I can wait for you. Apparently that's being patronizing, to actually expect some semblance of civility. But the better thing is that I show my true power by basically doing nothing. Why? Because my magic reveals people's actions by doing nothing. All I got to do is give them that opportunity to show the world who they are. And they do it. So we've seen that time and time again, even when I was working with Joe. The whole debate on, like, the whole meme that came along with the kill somebody with a fish, that was a point I was trying to make to their diminished IQ. But they couldn't get it, and being ardent anti-freedom leftists, because that's exactly what they are, they could not even understand what they were stating. Back to the chat here. Let's see. Travis says, he just yells and screams like a child. There's a lot of people in this community that do that. They have these tantrums, and they reveal themselves by doing so. Joe's just one of them. Scott, obviously another. But there are a few more. Bullfrog. But I could go on. The thing is, though, it's a window into their mindset, and that is the most important thing. That is it's a red flag, and it's something that you should be looking out for, because then it gives you a clear idea as to who you're dealing with. Mr. Costanza says maybe he has a Grindr account. I wouldn't doubt it. And in fact, I'm sure he'd be like, oh, just kidding, not kidding. It was just a joke. I was just seeing, yeah, sure thing. Travis says, has there ever been a legit argument with Joe where he doesn't end up yelling and screaming? I think I addressed that, and I said no. Goon says, I could never waffle my belongings, self-purchased or gifted. When life teaches you humility, you appreciate every little thing. Yes. Yes. Also, when you grow up with not too much, grow up, going to the bargain places and the discount places and being made fun of, you get a very great appreciation of the value of goods and the value of people. Bam says, Joe wants Nicky J to do his dirty work for him. I'm glad you brought that up. That's something that was, again, if you ever seen one of these radioactive plates where you get to see radioactive K, I know I'm going on yet another tangent. It's very cool. Got a piece of plutonium or uranium on one of these discs, and it's showing you the particle decay, and these little particles are just shooting off in every direction. Well, that's me right now. I'm the fucking plutonium. And, I could be used for peaceful purposes, but, I do a good job at war. And, I'm going off in every single direction. But again, the source is stable and ready for nuclear detonation. We're getting to that, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting there. But let's continue. I'm also trying to build up your appetite too, The drool will be generating, because the more I build it up, and it will be worth it. Trust me. It will be worth it. Okay, back to the chat here. The Nicky J stuff. Yes, I noticed that very much. And when Nicky J was sort of calling him out on certain things, which was reviewed by YR yesterday, and Tony, not so much Keith. Yeah, that was fucking evident. That was evident that he was trying to get Nicky J to do that sort of thing. And even sort of implying, again, this was a clip, these were two different clips, but implying that basically there's much more dangerous people than Scott and Nicky J, particularly Nicky J for some reason, should be going after them. But I do remember hearing a clip where Nicky J starts calling him out on his shit. And fucking Joe Cronin got mad at that. And, well, that's basically the same fucking pattern that we've seen in the past. Doesn't matter who it was in the past. It could be Jesse, it could be me, it could be JB, it could be Ken, it could be fucking Tommy C, it could be Dead on Dave. It could be fucking Tommy. It's NC 2010. You call him out on his shit, and he sure ain't happy. Sure ain't happy at all. The Scott McKinnon Reddit account says he would just end up waffling another microphone or taking baseball bat to his TV. Yeah, and then cry, victim, and, encourage people to become Patreons and other things, and then boom. That smashed TV that should have remained smashed. The fourth TV should have remained smashed. It was on the wall in the living room. They spent fucking, big money or good money on a proper rack for the wall and stuff. They put it on there. Should have remained cracked. Should have been a reminder to the kids, sorry, this is why we can't have bad things. Because you kids are spoiled. And you kids don't want to do what we tell you. Well, granted, some physical corporal punishment would be good, but then again, Cronin, Antifa Cronin here, I think he would rather just see what's going on in Portland than fucking discipline, his children. Because, he doesn't want to be seen like a bad guy. Contrast that to compare that, I should say, to fucking YouTube, and it's the exact goddamn fucking same fucking thing. And you see that with this fucking tweet that is in fucking front of you right now. I don't want to be seen as the bad guy, so I'll just pat you on the head. We'll work something out, Forget about a timeout. We'll go out for ice cream. I'll tell you what's good about you so that you can forget about the bad. No, that's just encouraging that behavior. Yeah. Let's continue. Travis Janimal says he used to get Skunt to do his dirty work. Yes, very good point. Very good point. We could go into hours on that. That's something I haven't really discussed, but yes, that is something there's a dark undertone to this, and that is something that is extremely prevalent for every single person here to fucking remember. Okay? Straight up fact said by Danimal in the chat. Travis says, yeah, let's not brush past joke or not the joke asked Nikki J to go after other people, in quotation. I wonder what else is said off air. I do too. Tiff says the alphabet community is a mafia. If you don't agree or give in to their demands, they will cancel you out. Joe looks to be bending the knee. Oops, I scrolled down too much. Bending the knee to them, or should I say bending over to them? Yep, I think it's the latter. Bam says, to me, it seemed that Joe wasn't happy that Nikki J went after Skunty. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I would have to agree with that. Because he was saying that basically Skunty is not that bad. It's the people that are going after Skunty that's bad. Coincidentally, those people that are going after Skunty are against Joe. Again, fits exactly the pattern that I've been saying. If someone is against Joe, then, if someone's working with you, so okay, let's do it the way I say it. Someone works with me, Joe hates them. But if that same person is on the outs with me, Jonah will pick them up like a fucking VIP. Sign them right then and there. That's what I meant to say. Don't worry, I'm going to have a coffee later on. I'm, still fairly able to speak. I did, smoke a couple of joints here, but that's okay. But don't worry, I'm full of fire, piss and vinegar, and we've got much more to go. So don't worry. I'm going to make it tonight. And I really want to see a bald Dave Rose. So open those wallets. Tiff also goes on. Sorry, I'm going to get a little distracted. One of the somebody's doing like yard work right now, and they got a very big fucking machine that's running. Tiff says, funny when I typed in LGBT and mafia together, it didn't go through. I'm on to you, Google. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're also known as the Pink Mafia. Based Alcatraz says, the last time I waffled anything, I slammed my football helmet on the field. I was 15. Haven't waffled anything since. LOL. Mm-hmm. Redditor Scott McKinnon says, it is true. Out of all the years I have watched Cronin, I always suspected this controlling, in quotations, type of vibe over his co-hosts, donators, and supporters. Yes, that's a good point that you raise, because it's not just the co-hosts and stuff. Donators, that blows my mind. You know, like sort of either dictating or pressuring people not to support others. And, you know, if you're paying, like, I believe this has happened, where if he found out that you were a Patreon for somebody else, he would cancel your Patreon with him. And the supporters too, is that, yeah, there's been times where some of his supporters, like, well, like you would see this in the chat even when I was on there, but like, yeah, Joe, I supported you for a lot of stuff, but this I got to disagree with, or that's just stupid, Joe, and boom, banned or whatever and stuff. Or you've heard this before. It's like, oh, well, you're a bitch, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to ban you, and this is why you're wrong, and and it's just like it sounds very bitchy. Back to the chat. Black to the chat. Based Alcatraz says, especially because I got chewed out by my coach and punished for it. Yes, you know, repercussions usually come even to adolescents. You know, it shouldn't come as a surprise to them. I mean, if they were raised right, they knew that even as a kid, you break something, you might get spanked or something. So, but this goes into another point that I've raised multiple times in the past. And again, I'm not rusty when it comes to understanding human psychology, but let's remember, Joe Cronin isn't just an only child. Joe Cronin is an adopted only child. And I told you all, my personal experience is not anecdotal, because it correlates to what I've seen in research. And if you want to forget about that, just think about common sense. Only child gets spoiled. We know this. We know this. Adopted siblings or children, well, it's a very special thing. It's not something that happens very often. A lot of effort goes into being able to adopt a child. Okay? So that child's going to be treated extra special. Combine the two together and you have the formula for a huge fucking ego and an absolute infantile mentality. Every single fucking experience in my life with someone who is both an only child and adopted has played out exactly the same way, with exactly the same patterns and exactly the same behaviors and neuroses. That's not anecdotal. The Goon says, you're avoiding the important question here, Dave. What kind of fish? I believe I said a salmon, or a river trout. He says, if you waste quality seafood on waffling Joe, I'll be disappointed. Put down the halibut and grab the frozen sardine instead. Yeah, I even told him, if it's not even if it's not frozen, it's still a blunt force impact. I mean, but they don't understand that. They refuse to even believe what the TV has convinced them of. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the best way to put it, but basically they think that people die mostly of guns in America, when in fact it's blunt force trauma, usually fists. Then there's some sort of foreign object, could be a hammer, could be a 2x4, and then there's, impact to the ground. Those are the primary sort of murder, homicide methods, or outcomes that occur. God damn it, that guy with his fucking... I hope the guy finishes his fucking clipping soon, because this is fucking driving me nuts. I don't know if you people can hear it, but it's just fucking... It's not making me happy at all. That's right, you got the Macho Dave here, and you got Miss Tiffany in the chat. Oh, yeah. That's right, Don. You better get ready. The magic's coming real soon. Yeah, dig it! Rocka says, enable stereo mix on your sound card if you have an option. Oh, he's talking to Vikings. Oh, that's fucking noise again. We got... Trying to catch up with the chat and actually focus. Oh my God. Sorry, it's hard for me to focus with that fucking noise. It's getting louder. Okay, so Chad says, you can't blame it on the kids, DDR. It's the parenting. I kind of can. If siblings are raised right, they're going to help their parents out by trying to keep their siblings in line, too. The Mountain says, Almighty, what's up, Paisa, ¿cómo estás? You gotta brush up on your Spanish there, Daniel. No me gusta mucho. Un poco de práctica y por ahí una mujer mexicana te ayudaría más. Pero aparte de eso. Black to the chat. Chad makes a great point. Is the example set for them is horrendous? Yes. And I have to agree with that publicly. It just can't silence my tongue on that. Because, yeah. And I've raised this several times and I've shown the evidence for it. But Joe has multiple times said, well, I don't throw things in front of them. I don't know where they're getting this behavior, blah, blah, blah. And there's literal fucking footage of him throwing shit in front of fucking Finn and the daughter. And they've both done the same thing. They've both smashed shit up because of that frustration. And Joe, no, you can't use, well, I got ADD, I got ADHD. That's the biggest cop-out ever. I think it's so fucking pathetic. So fucking pathetic, first of all, that you don't even understand that those things don't exist. But it's just, again, I've gone into this, but you ridiculed me when I fucking came out and told you that cannabis cures cancer. Years later, Dave Rose looks like fucking gold, and you look like fucking shit. And it's just going to keep surmounting. But you've chosen this. You've chosen to look like a fucking idiot. And it's all about pride, really, and your ego. This isn't about like, yeah, you know what, Dave's right. Maybe I should just fucking come clean. Maybe it'll do you good. You're soul-wise, if you got a soul. No, you don't believe in a higher power, or at least you only say you do when it sounds convenient. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe try to find God. And, maybe church isn't for you. Maybe a building isn't for you. You can worship the great creator in multiple places. And, yeah, I think it's your pride that's holding you back. Almighty One says, oh, well, you and your fucking private conversations here, people. The Reddit of Scott McKinnon confirms, for any of you newbies out there in the community, yes, Joe Cronin did use Scott to do his dirty work for years. And Agent 007, a.k.a. Travis TLC, with the arrows pointing up, confirming the statement. And I can also provide material witness to that as well. So, yes. Travis says, now Joe's playing clips of Scott talking about Brenna being 18. Yes, that happened recently, although there was sort of a gap where he didn't even want to mention it, sort of thing. But yeah, now he's playing that. Maybe Joe should play the clips of Dave, Ken, me, Nine God, or anyone else saying that type of thing. But we are worse? Okay. That's a great point. Ken, in the chat, I don't know if I shouted him out earlier, but yes, we do have one of the titans of the community, Foulmouths Ken. Check him out tonight on Friday Night Fire. Says, dude, it is getting really bad here. It looks like it's about to have a hurricane. Ooh, shit. Hope my power stays on as well. Yeah, I hope so too. C-Man says, starting to wonder why you... Hold on. Just to fix something here. We're still good. Hold on. In the chip. Yes. Just making sure. Rocka said lag, but that's just because he's out in the fucking outback with his fucking tin cans connecting over 10,000 miles with a string. C-Man says, I'm starting to wonder why you can and why our all had zero problems unbanning me from the chat, but with Joe there was a glitch. Something seems off, kind of aggravating as I was a patron at the time. Wow. I remember hearing that, but didn't he eventually say that he found your account? I do remember reviewing that where he was basically, well, I'm looking, Dave Rose is a Nazi, fucking Ken is a hoe. Like, yeah, I remember when, like, you were on that call and he was looking through that. But yeah, look, you know what? You raise a good point. And look, I do try to give the guy benefit of the doubt, but that's my fault and my problem because the guy does have a track record, okay? And I do smarten up in a second. So you grant me about, a second. But the fact is that's absolutely correct. And this isn't the only duplicity we've seen from fucking Joe in regards to making it sound like, oh, there's a technical issue or this and that. And then, magically, when confronted, it eventually fucking gets it resolved. But, yeah, there's been several occasions with that. The wheel is also sort of related to that, too. Because that's very suspicious. The donations we know for a fucking fact that he's done. He's given himself donations. And it seems very probable, meaning likely, that he has donated recently to sort of keep the belt and win it. So, look, the amount of duplicity that he's shown, the willingness that he... Look, he can't stand if somebody says something about him and he can't respond. So eventually he will, but the thing is, though, he can't be like me. Literally go away for a year, know he was absolutely correct, know that the proof is out there, that eventually will be found, and I don't have to force people to fucking believe it. I don't have to say, I told you so. It's just like, look, I'm going to do my own thing. You guys know my stance. I haven't changed it, Mr. Consistent. It's there. Eventually, the truth will show you that I was correct. And that's exactly what fucking happened. And it's happened consistently over and fucking over again. So, fact is that your suspicions are valid when it comes to this sort of manipulation because there's too much. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't. Jadiz says, he's talking about weather, which I do like, but I'm going to try to get to the more pertinent comments here. More weather. Something about Alex Payne, I think. Alex Payne will send the fucking Bermuda Triangle. I hope he fucking ends up in the Bermuda Triangle. All right, so back to the chat. Go outside and kick him in the nuts, Dave. No, he's done, finally. Happened a little while ago, but... All right, so let's see. Just trying to get through all some of these personal fucking conversations and stuff. Danny says, oh, and Dave, yes, my Spanish I picked up in Texas is trash. Only ghetto Mexican Spanish. And I'm not going to bother reading that. That will hurt me. But yes, I can understand that, yeah, you want to learn, you want to go back to school to learn Spanish. At least that's what I'm thinking that's what you're trying to say. Kurtler says, real fur, break the lure, and put in the dirt. That's right. Rocka says, up yours, DDR, ya wanka. LOL. Well, why don't you go down to Hungry Jack's and ask them for a fuck you, cunt. Little trivia, Hungry Jack's is what we call Burger King in the rest of the world, but Aussies are very, very strange. Seaman says, there was a whole thing, Dave. I started thinking it over, and there was something definitely sketchy there. See, your fucking spider sense and everyone else's spider senses have, done this. It's like initially you just go in thinking nothing of it, and then you start to actually think back on it. It's just like some things don't fucking add up. And I've even seen this, when I was working with him. But yeah, you're fucking spot on. Let's see here. Kenny says, there's no one it would make sense to have the belt over there anymore. That's why he's donating to himself, because people would like, what the fuck? It was one of the new people. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Ken, you feel like shit? Sorry to hear that, man. Hope you feel better. Oh, maybe he's just referring to something else. Maybe about somebody not being converted. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. There's a lot of comments here. Ghost Larry Funk says, Joe banned me after the first and only time I disagreed with him in the chat. Interesting. He wouldn't ban you because of your name, but he'd ban you because you disagreed with him. Let's see here. Am I taking calls? Yes, I'm always taking calls. Well, actually, that's not true. But yes, I will take calls. So feel free to call in. And there's still the main course. We're not even sort of done the dissection of the Cronin situation, but I'd love to hear from fucking Seaman here, because he's got the direct sort of knowledge of that interaction. He was there on the fucking call with them. So, yeah, sure. Skype lines are open. And I'm so looking forward. I'm just excited. I'm excited about what you guys are getting. I'm going to give you. Yeah. All right, see, man, are you going to... Well, actually, I got to remember, apparently my video is somewhat delayed. So it's probably a minute or more from... There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Seaman to the chat. Not Simo, not Chris Moore of Detroit. No, Seaman. You have the floor. Okay, looks like perhaps there was a technical difficulty here. So we'll wait for it to show up again. Hello, Gorilla Strong, there in the chat. Almighty One says, while we wait for Seaman to call back, Almighty One says, Joe hired some weird people on Monetize This, like that couple and that weird guy, Young Turks shirt wearing, named Luis. What the fuck? LOL. Yeah, man. Simon, call him. There we go. And we have take two, but I'm not giving you the same intro I did before.
That's all right. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, perfectly.
Okay. No, I wanted to elaborate on the whole chat thing, because, like, you know, over the past few weeks, like, you unbanned me, and then I got unbanned at YRs, and then Ken's most recently. With the whole Joe thing, like, trying to think of how it went, because we were talking about it, and he found my my channel to go unban me, and then he was going through other people's names trying to unban them as well. Well, when he showed us on the stream, like, what he was doing and where he was clicking, it was specifically zoomed in on the unbanned user, like, place where you would click.
Oh.
And I'm wondering if what he did was, instead of actually refreshing to show that it was saying that it was still banned, he just hit something to go to the next user and then hit unban on them as well. That way he could unban the accounts that are probably burner accounts, but these other ones that he would want banned can stay banned. And then none of us are going to question it, because we think, okay, this is what's going on. It's some sort of glitch. Now, I don't know if that's the case, and I'm not jumping on board with the fuck Joe type mentality, but, like, it's been on my mind the past few weeks, because, like, I still tune in, I still listen to shows and shit, and there's times where I want to go and say something, I'm like, fuck, I'm still banned in this fucking chat. So
if I understand correctly, you're telling me, because I never saw this, I played the clip because it was given to me audio wise, but I didn't fucking see when he was reviewing this on the stream. But so you're telling me that on this stream, he's got his fucking streaming thing focused on the YouTube sort of like setup and shit, but he's not focusing on the actual, like, the camera, like, the stream is not picking up that the banned people. It's only looking at those that are approved.
What I think it's showing is, instead of, like, showing the whole person's account page where you would go to unban them, it is focused in specifically. It's a small square of just the list of options that you can do with said account. So it does not show what account he was actually on, just that he could unban this user. So what my theory is, and this is what he did, is that he hit unban on a burner account, and then when he went to refresh to show that it was going to show the person is still banned, he just went to another burner account focused in that same location. That way he could be like, oh, look, I unbanned them, but it's showing that they're still banned after I refresh. So that way he could get out of whatever, if that makes sense. I don't know if I
have you been unbanned as of this moment. Have you been unbanned?
In the main JCS chat, not that I'm aware of, because I still test it every now and then to see. But like what really triggered it was the other night when Ken unbanned me, and I'm like, shit, I'm fine here. There's no issues.
But hold on. So you were telling him when you were on the call with him, that was in reference to what channel? The corrupted channel?
No, JCS.
Okay, so as of now, you're still not fucking able to speak on JCS.
Correct.
And do you know about the other channels?
Other chats. Yeah, I'm able to, like, he did the stream on Evil Spectrum 3 the other day, and I was able to chat just fine, no problem. So, like, that's where I'm also like, okay, I do got to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm also a little sketched out with it at the same time, because not having this issue anywhere else, but he's also not banning me in other chats. I don't even know if it was him that banned me initially. It could have been someone fucking just, I said some shit they didn't like.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because you even said that the only person you fucking had an issue with it was with me. And I was long gone. I was long gone by the time that fucking, we were interacting for me to even ban you. So it's just like, I wouldn't have had the fucking wrench to do that shit. And plus, in fact, I've gone over this. Like, after he gave me the wrench years ago, and I fucking went on a fucking spree in the chat, he's like, Dave doesn't get the wrench no more. And I said, you know what? Yeah, power corrupts. Keep that thing away from me. And ever since, I've never had the wrench. So it could never have been me.
Dave, don't forget, Joe treats the JCS channel with a set of different rules than the other channels. So he could have certain people banned on the JCS channel and not care if you're banned on
very, very true. Ladies and gentlemen, Foulmouse Ken. I was just waiting for C-Man to just complete his stuff. But yes, we have a titan of the community here. We have Ken. And yes, you make a great point that the JCS channel is treated quite differently, actually. And again, in fact, he might even try to, encourage C-Man to be on his Drama God channel and have him modded and all that. But he would still sort of potentially keep him blocked on other channels. Like, he wants to keep, and we discussed this, he wants to keep sort of drama away from his main channel, but he's still willing to fucking get, knee deep into the fucking shit. But as long as it's not fucking, on his main thing and stuff. But yeah. I think C-Man makes a great point. And like C-Man was saying that, like, literally as soon as you unbanned him from the chat, and I don't have a mod, Ken and I still have the issue where we can't see each other in his own fucking chat, and I'm fucking approved. So the thing is, though, I could not be involved with that. And again, there's no issue between us. So, like, I'm not going to be doing that. But the fact is that, what you stated was very, very, very perfect. How easy was it for Ken to unblock you instantly?
Yeah, but also, and that was the same thing with you. Whenever you went to unblock me, there was no issues, nothing. Same with, I think YR did a mass unbanning, and that's how I got through again. But there was no issues anywhere else except that specific channel. So that's where my little brain was turning some cogs and like trying to put some pieces together to see, okay, is there something more than what I was told here? And it's not concrete evidence that that's the case. It very well could be a glitch, but I just wanted to elaborate on that since I threw it in the chat.
Well, it's a great point because the fact is we've seen this before, so I can't discount it. In fact, it raises a red flag for me because it's like I've seen this fucking song and game before, or song and dance. Sorry. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
I just concluded with that, which is I've seen it before, so I believe that you're onto something here, and that it's not just speculation. It's too coincidental.
I kind of agree, unfortunately, which sucks because I'm a Joe fan. I don't care if that's a taboo thing to fucking say. I do enjoy his streams and I like him, but
there's plenty of people that watch Joe, Dave, me. Like, we may call Joe out on shit, but we don't throw up walls and tell people,
exactly.
Well, you're cool with Joe, you're not cool with us. Like, we speak with Joe's some of his co-hosts frequently. You know what I mean? So it's not like
we're not those types of people.
Fair enough.
But no, I appreciate you actually filling in that information because I think it's important to understand that. Yeah, that does seem very, very strange. Shouldn't be overlooked.
Yeah, I'm with you. What's that?
It shouldn't be overlooked. It's not something that should easily just be dismissed. There's not too many fucking look, I just don't believe in coincidences.
No, I hear you, man.
Especially with Joe, because the more you pay attention, the more you start to pick up on it after so much amount of time. You know,
to a degree, I agree and disagree. I think mainly the only person I know that really goes overboard with the shit anymore is Tony, because he'll just fucking sit and pick apart every little possible thing, and then half the time he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. That's where I get annoyed with how people are towards Joe, but I don't necessarily think that what you guys say goes overboard or really. I mean, there's been some shit that's been said that's fucked up, don't get me wrong, but I don't see the.
We've all gone overboard. We've all gone overboard, you know?
Yeah.
We've all done that.
Well, I'm also ignorant to pretty much anything predating 2019. So, I think I need to watch what I say sometimes because I don't know all the shit that has happened. Even with Scott McKinnon, I only know just some of the shit from the past year or two. I really don't know the whole collection of stuff that's happened prior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot to fucking catch up, though.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. You ain't fucking kidding, man. Well, I'm going to hop out. I really don't got much more I think I can add. You guys have a good stream.
Happy Friday and weekend.
Yep. Peace out, dude. Peace out.
Later, man.
All right. Well, great call from Seaman, illuminating and elucidating, a word that Scott will never understand nor ever be able to say, his situation that he experienced with Joe. Now, let us go to the Titan himself, Foulmouth Ken.
What's going on?
Doing my thing, brother. How you doing? Feeling 1 year older.
Can you see, if I turn on my camera, can you see this?
Yep. Holy shit. That's that's a downpour. That's a straight out downpour. Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Except for the possibility that your power might be fucking destroyed.
It's flashing. I'm in the garage and it's flashing on and off.
What, the power?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Whenever it rains or it gets windy, bro, it's
fingers
fucking weird.
Crossed that we can go live tonight and you don't get another branch on the fucking power line you had a few years ago.
God. Yeah, I think we'll be good, though, because this is supposed to pass soon. You know, not supposed to be like this all night. So, but it got really, dude, it was warm the whole day. And when this storm rolled in, man, it got fucking actually cold.
Really?
Yeah, it got it definitely dropped the temperature by 20 degrees. Had to have.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What's it called? Yeah, we were supposed to get thunderstorms today and now we're not. I'm fucking. I hate that, man. That's a personal affront to me. I love fucking thunderstorms, especially during the summer. And when they say we're gonna get thunderstorms, I'm like, that's my time for being out on the fucking patio, just fucking, under the fucking roof and just, enjoying my storms.
Dave, you got to see this right now. It's picking up even worse, dude. Look at this.
No. Holy shit. I got to set up my Skype so that I can, or my OBS so I could show this shit, but it's a pure, fucking downpour. The ground looks like it's fucking boiling because of all the water.
Yeah. Dude, all my flowers and vegetables are getting fucking waterlogged right now.
Oh, no.
Hopefully it'll make it through it, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, hopefully, it'll get get those plants nice and strong, and yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah, this is fucking bad, man. This is crazy. But yeah, I felt like shit, dude. I don't know, man. It was a long week, It was. Even though I took today, I'm still fucking just. I don't know. I feel really fucking exhausted, man.
I'm tired, but I've got fire. Maybe that's why, because I woke up way too fucking early. And well, you know, that's a problem. If I wake up, I can't get back to bed. So might as well just fucking start the day.
Yeah.
But you know, we're talking about some very pertinent and important things. I couldn't wait. I don't know if you tuned in earlier to the show, but I had planned initially to do this on Sunday. I wanted to, you know, have a nice progression with the revelation that I discussed with you and others in private. But I couldn't wait anymore. I had to do this tonight. So obviously now it'll be further discussed tonight, and tomorrow, and then possibly Sunday, and so forth. But that's yes.
You know, they moved that fight, the fight with Mayweather and Logan Paul.
Yeah.
They moved it to this Sunday.
What?
Yeah, they moved it to this Sunday.
Nah, red flags here. What the fuck's... No, that's something sneaky. What? How long were they supposed to fucking train for? This is not sounding right.
I don't know. I think the actual pay-per-view is supposed to be at 2 weeks, but now they moved it up a week.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't believe you. It's that this doesn't make sense to me. Is that you know how fighters want as much time as possible to train, so that they're in top condition? Like, it doesn't make sense to me that they would push this up 2 weeks, maybe a few days, but 2 weeks.
I don't know why. Weird. Everybody's saying like, why?
What, Logan Paul has gotten the best that he can? I mean, no, that's not how it works. There's something real stinky here.
They might give an excuse why, but I didn't hear one. You know what I mean? All I know is that I just read it that it got moved.
Spider sense tingling.
Yeah, it's weird.
Something very off with this. And again, you know, these guys both know how to make money and how to market. So maybe someone's going to take a fall. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, dude, I got news for you. They just put some stipulations into this bout, which is really weird. And I guess people are saying Mayweather did it to like block his record from being fucked with.
I bet.
But he could have think that says even if he wins by a knockout, he can't add the win to his record. And even if he gets knocked the fuck out, you can't add the loss to his record. So he's fighting off his record for this fight.
Yeah, that's already sounding very...
really weird, bro. Maybe that happened because he wants to fucking, you know, let Jake Paul, like, or whatever, Logan Paul hang in there with him. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, we've reached a milestone today. Scunty must be awake. We are now with 20 thumbs down and 27 thumbs up. Well, I'm glad you've tuned in, Scunty. You need to.
Yeah, I got a shit ton of thumbs up. He thinks it bothers me. Like, it takes more time and it's more of a bother for him to log in and out of 20 fucking accounts than it is for me to look at it and be upset. Because I could give two shits about the thumbs down. They're thumbs up to me. Thumbs down or thumbs up to me.
You know what I always notice is that, well, the algorithm sure as fuck thinks that way because it fucking features these videos even when they get so many thumbs down. But the funniest thing is that so often than not, a few days later, all these fucking thumbs down are gone. And the video has a predominant number of thumbs up. So who hates what? There's Scanty and Chris Moore.
It's just, you know, I think that thumbs down button is for jealous people. You know?
That's right. It's the jealousy button. Jelly. It should say jelly every time you press it. Jelly.
You can hit or the jelly button. Which
That's
one?
right.
Or the jelly. You're hitting the jelly every fucking time. Scunty, every time.
Oh, it's
built-in.
Actually, I'm glad that you're here, Ken. Some people have asked me to give some clarification on this. Okay. You had said that there was an individual that was Scott's cousin on your stream, and you were talking to Shannon about this. You said that it was his cousin that was from his hometown and didn't like him and stuff. That's not his cousin. Just to let you know.
I didn't say it was his cousin.
Yeah. There was. Yeah, he contacted me. He's like, I'm not his cousin. I can show you to you later. I'm just letting people know.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, well, it's the guy. It's one of the guys who got a wrench, and basically because he was seen in my chat fucking Scott
knew
went
that.
mental on the guy, and you referred to him as his cousin, and he's not.
I
I'm just
think you
letting
might
you
be
know.
making-
Dude, I can show you
Well,
the proof, okay? It's okay to get
That's his cousin.
confused. It's fine.
I knew it wasn't his cousin.
Dude, I can show you the clip where you were like saying it's the cousins and stuff. Dave said it's this cousin. Forget about it. It's okay. It's like I got it.
Because I don't think that guy's his cousin. I knew he wasn't. The guy you gave a wrench was his like a friend of his from his town. I knew
Okay.
that.
Well, there was a part of a clip where you're like saying his cousins. So
I think you might be getting him mixed up with something else I was talking about. Because yeah, I already knew about that. I already knew that guy wasn't his cousin.
okay. Well, he asked me to speak to you. Well, another thing is that remember how he posted videos of his nephew online and then got offended when fucking people started criticizing it? Yeah. Well, his by the way, Scanty, your sister contacted me, and she clarified that she wanted to say that it's her 20-year-old son who raps, and he's still in the military. And there's a separate one, a 19-year-old, who's the one who has the high-functioning, what she says, ASD. I'm not sure.
So wait, Dave, you're telling me she contacted you to clarify that?
Yeah. I got was it yesterday? No, Wednesday. And my reply was, I thank you for the clarification. I wish them all the best. Again, like, one of her sons in the military, to me, that is a very admirable thing. And yeah, I mean, I think that's great, and I have a lot of respect for that. And I've got no problems with her or her kids. I never did. So, you know.
But it would be nice if she mentioned to her brother that, hey, those group of people never talked to me. So
Well, actually, let me go further into this, because I think you'll very much be interested, as well as our loving audience here in the diner. So she says, okay. But I just wanted to clarify, my son, who is 20 and raps, is still in the military. My 19-year-old son is the one who has high-functioning ASD. He was never in the military, but he is in university for computer science and has half of his university paid through scholarships. I'm sure much better than fucking Skunt. I definitely don't agree with Scott sharing my son's video on his YouTube page. I did mention it to Nathan, my son. I believe Nathan is the one that actually did serve in the military, or is serving in the military. But he really, or maybe Nathan was the rapping one. But okay. But he didn't really care. He's mature enough to know this stuff is childish and crazy. Just wanted to clarify facts in regards to my son. And I said, thank you for the clarification. I wish them all the best. And I meant that.
Care what, though? He didn't care about what? That somebody hit the dislike button on him?
No. He didn't care about Scott getting mad about people not liking his shit or anything like that. Like, he doesn't care about, like, Scott trying to utilize it to garner views. He didn't like the fact that Scott put that video on his channel in the first place.
That's a pretty shitty move to use your nephew as like a
Well,
thing
we
to,
called
like,
it out exactly when it happened. He's like, we all said that. It's like, imagine, Nikki said it great. Imagine using your fucking nephew to try to garner fucking sympathy for you. And then you feel it's some need to fucking say, oh, he's got autism, as if somehow that's going to get even more sympathy. It's disgusting.
Yeah. It's fucking weird, you know, but it shows you use your own family like that to suit your narratives. He'll use anybody to suit his narratives. He don't give a fuck, dude. He don't give a shit. He don't care. Nobody's
he will.
You know? Nobody's safe.
Well, things are changing very, very quickly. And we will be going into that shortly, very shortly. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add, if you wanted to stay on, if there was something particular you wanted to mention.
No, I just wanted to just called in just to talk about that real quick, but that's it. I'll listen. I'm going to listen.
No, you can stay on if you want.
Wait.
Oh, that's right. We've got YR on the call.
Yeah, I got
Ladies and gentlemen,
before he...
the ungrateful YR.
So,
Listen, I do have a couple hockey questions for Ken, if that's okay.
It's not okay. This is the Drama Diner.
Well, listen, it was quite a show so far. I do want to address the Tony situation, if you
Okay.
want to.
Go ahead.
Now, you are fair to your point. Now, like, let me explain to you from my point of view when all that shit's happening. When, obviously I have like a couple rules. I haven't said them lately, but people should know by now. I hate when people, kick each other out of the call or mute. You know what I'm saying? Those are really like, on the shows. And Tony did that a couple times. Granted, I did it back to him. He has, and I have no room to talk because I do, try to gain a little support, a little attention here and there, but Tony definitely has the me syndrome, where almost like a Cronin, the attention has to be on him. I don't know what I'm going to do about the talking over people issue. I mean, I constantly interrupt him when he interrupts me purposely, and it may sound like I'm a dick sometimes if I shout, but a lot of times I'll start off a sentence and then he'll just go into, but I'm not done. And then that makes me at times forget. Now I'm not blaming that on anything.
That sounds like a Joe Cronin co-host type of situation you're in right now.
But you get what I'm saying? So
how come
in the moment, listen,
like,
in the moment, I am pissed when Tony pulls certain that, like, because that's what most of the time happens. Like, yes, I should remember what I'm going to say, but when he interrupts what I'm saying, I sometimes forget. And then a lot of times it's good points. Like, it's really interesting takes on whatever the situation is.
We all do it. We all, we'll think of something when somebody's talking or two people are talking, and we'll try to jump in. We can't get in, and you'll try to...
Yeah, but he adds the fucking piano. He throws a harmonica, a harp. He got the fucking string section back there. Like, he makes it all an event when he talks. It's an event when Tony talks. Every word, it's an event. It's like, well, you know what I'm saying? That's what
I'm not being a dick, but I could understand why Joe didn't link up with him and put him on the show. And I'm not saying that's something bad or a shot at Tony, because he is talented. But I know I could see why Joe didn't have him on, because it would have changed the entire dynamic of whatever show he puts him on. You know what I mean? Because now you have somebody else.
It's not really a show. It's more of a party when Tony. I mean,
well,
people don't like Tony, but it's more of a party vibe.
Just imagine Tony live streaming with Joe like he live streams with you. Like, it just wouldn't work, because Joe is not the type of guy that's going to let somebody for a minute or two go into their own song parrot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean, Cam? You know what I mean?
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate what Tony does, and there's a certain niche for the Joe Cronin tent. As for certain niches and other stuff as well, but as for Tony, I mean, listen, we're gonna have to put him. I'm gonna have to, look up some type of training manual or step-by-step type of approach.
Pull the plug on the piano, bro.
Learn some piano myself, maybe. But listen, you know what I love more than anything, more than the drama, like the drama shows are fine and stuff. I love being on the shows with Dr. Brown and Art Nolia. That shit lately, the past couple weeks.
Dude, Nolia is sweet. Like, he sounds like an older man. He's just a cool. He's a nice guy.
And why are you inviting fucking Keith on there to fucking ruin shit?
Yeah, you don't need Keith with you, bro. You don't need him everywhere you go. Okay. All right? A couple of times. You don't have to hold the hand. You can walk alone a little bit. You know what I mean?
Y'all want me to tell y'all when I piss and shit next every time? Or
no,
what else?
You do already. Thank you. You do already. You tell us what your school is like today. So, yeah, you don't have to start doing that. You're doing it already.
Exactly.
But, yeah, I mean, you can walk alone, brother. You listen, you, for some reason, have this stigmatism that when you come on air by yourself or with just Keith, that it's not the same type of show. You got to go into, your songs, and you go into this whole thing. And then you started doing it on your own the other day, and you were just fine. Like, you have it in you to do it on your own. Why? I don't understand why you don't think that. No.
I like that. I like the atmosphere with more people. More of a.
Just you could all instead of such a long answer, just say you're a pussy. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. And listen, OnlyFans walk on their own. You know what I mean? They can. They walk on their own.
Yeah. If you want to wear that orange, you better fucking start recognizing.
And you got to hate the Rangers, bro. You got to absolutely hate
Boston.
the New York. And the Devils.
Yeah, fuck the Devils. Fucking trash state.
New Jersey, come on.
Yeah, fuck that state. All right, YR, anything else you want to add?
I just fingered my butt.
Just a great show tonight. Looking forward to Friday Night Fireworks.
You gonna donate? You gonna donate to see me bald?
Oh, come on. Just listen. We'll see what happens tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Well, why don't you get your fundraiser, Tony, to donate to me?
Two-tone. Yo, what's up? This is Two-tone. Coming to you live from...
Well, Tony is crying right now. So
Yo, what's up? This is Two-tone. I'm coming to you live from the Two-tone channel. What's going on, everybody?
All right. Well, I'm gonna move on.
Are you? Yes. Thank you, guys. God bless. I'm gonna listen to the show. Thank you.
Man, I'll see you in the snake pit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're still talking about Joe Cronin here. We're not just done, but we're just about ready, or almost ready to give the piece de résistance. But breaking news. Joe Cronin tweeted 46 minutes ago, 3 hours on the phone with the IRS ends in hanging up on me before we resolve my new payments and monthly agreement. Jesus Christ.
Why do you got to tell people that? Like,
well, that's the question. Yeah, exactly. Why?
Don't one reason why you would update everybody on your every little fucking movement with your taxes. Obviously, it's the fucking, all right, guys, this is the situation I'm in. I'm going to need you to fork over tonight. I'm going to need you to open up your wallets.
Well, two hours ago, he said, LOL, IRS says they didn't get my taxes in 2019, but I have the accepted letter. Now they're confused. What a mess. I need a CPA. But you make a great point, is that he is, sharing this information about the taxes constantly. However, when you call him out, and Shannon calls him out for basically not really doing much with the kids, he comes out in defense, and so does Leah, saying, well, we do things, and we don't telegraph everything what we do. But we do know that he does telegraph everything that he does. So, we see a lot more fucking complaints about the IRS than him fucking taking his kids out. Just a fact. Just a fact.
I mean, it is true. I mean, come on. And, I'm not wrong. You update us more about your taxes and, anything else.
Yeah, especially around this time of year. But, just, and I want to keep you around, Ken, because for my final sort of, piece de résistance. But I do want to just sort of wrap up. What?
All right, listen, I'm going to bounce right after this, but Dave, don't forget, Joe's the type of guy that even if you fucking invite him somewhere, money free, he doesn't have to pay a cent. Just bring your family, have fun on a beach. He passes it up because that's not what he does. That's not enjoyable for him. For some reason, being on that internet and being on that computer and behind that fucking microphone is the most important thing to him.
Yeah, it's what lets you counter the narrative.
Yeah. So
you don't want to stay on for my final stuff, or you want to get on with your own thing?
I'm going to listen inside. I'm going in.
All right.
All right, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foulmouth Ken. Catch him tonight on Friday Night Fire. So, yes, we continue with our summary here, because Joe Cronin is yet again virtue signaling. It is the month of June. Should be straight Pride Month, but Joe obviously supporting degeneracy. And also, just like the fucking advertisers out there, there's a lot of memes out there that show, say, for example, the Twitter accounts of Bethesda, the video game maker. And throughout the world, they've got their fucking little profile pic showing the fucking rainbow flag, except Bethesda Middle East. That is the equivalent of the Joe Cronin hypocrisy, is that he's willing to overlook such intolerance because then it would be intolerant to be against the intolerant. So, he doesn't want to upset the blacks, the Muslims, the Asians, anyone that's, I guess, is just part of counterculture. And it's just, I'm so tired of this shit, but I'm going to keep pointing it out because this is what I've said from the very beginning. This is, anti-white rhetoric and what's the best word? I'm not even sure how to describe this, but he's gone full progressive. He's gone full fucking progressive. And remember how much he supported BLM when they started. And even to this day, when they've straight out come and admitted that they were founded by Marxists and their policies are based on Marxism, he still insists on saying, well, they're kind of okay. And, there's some bad people there, but when they first came out, and I clearly saw who they were from the get-go. I mean, again, I read books. I'm also not a fucking East Coast Bostonian idiot. So I clearly and immediately identified a Marxist infiltration plot. Now, Joe, again, because he is anti-white, immediately said, well, if you don't support BLM, you're clearly pro-KKK. And he's got no idea about what even domestic terrorism is by its legal definition. So obviously he would go off and say, oh, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Not even knowing the statistics. Not even knowing the statistics. But it's all about looking good. It's all about making it look like you are tolerant and that you love everyone. And that's a fucking absolute lie. Absolute fucking lie. And Joe, I'd have a lot more respect for you. I'd regain the respect that I've lost for you if you had the guts to call me up. If you had the guts to call me up and discuss this. And it's okay to admit you're a sellout. It's fine. At least I'm willing to accept that answer from you. If you just want to say you want to be like corporate America and literally just show yourself to every minority that didn't help build the country, okay, that's fine. At least you're admitting where you stand. But to try to claim, well, first of all, to be a perpetual fence sitter and then try to claim that you're balanced and that I'm not left, I'm not right, I'm independent. I have freedom of thought, or whatever it was that he said that time where fucking Drew started using that stupid saying. No, it's just like you just fucking don't have any courage to take a stance. And guess what? Some of the most courageous people, me, and others, we're willing to take a stance. And if we're wrong, we admit so. And we learn from that. And we move on to greater and better things. That's how it works with adults. Children don't fucking do that. They want to stay in their little fucking ways, and they want to get it their way. They want to have their tantrum. See, the thing is, though, Joe, you can't help yourself. You can't. You're going to keep slipping the jab. You're going to keep slipping the jab. And I'm going to keep fucking exposing you, as is Ken, as is everyone else. I've gotten word that apparently you weren't too happy with the JB's video, that apparently I was told that he released and didn't want people to know. But then Wire asked me to comment on it without me even knowing that he didn't want anyone to know about it, and I commented on it. But yeah, it does appear that, that is just a little salt to the wound with a little bit of lemon onto Joe, because he's probably not pleased, knowing that JB is around, capable of doing, streams, and still choosing not to involve himself with him, but still playing video games with Leah and stuff. I'm sure it grinds his gears. But Joe can't claim to be a victim when he's the one that burnt that bridge. But, if he wants to stay around low-class garbage people and literally have to cycle through co-hosts every so often because literally these people are trash, they're not committed, they're incapable of being competent, well, that's what you get. And that's what you get. But don't come crying to everyone when when you have no co-host that you can rely on. So, and there's another thing actually I want to bring up as well before we move on to Cronin. We're almost done with the Cronins. But yet again, Joe Cronin is basically a hypocrite because he's willing to call out all these certain crimes on minorities, and again, they don't compare to the opposite, but when it comes to, say, the assault on Andy No, journalist who's been reporting on Antifa, his tweets sound more of a joke than anything else. This is the gay Asian journalist that has been documenting what Antifa has been doing, and they've basically, put out sort of like a death threat on him, or several. And the problem is that Joe's been monitoring this for a long time, including the Asian hate crimes. Still won't call it out that it's predominantly black people doing it. He'll say, oh, it's other people. He won't say black people. Every single fucking time. He posts a fucking video by Ian Miles Chung, another Asian, journalist. Again, he loves to pander and associate, or at least take the information of those, like, oh, look, this guy's Asian, so, I'm open to information other than Fox News. And not that I watch Fox News, but, he always tries to put extremes. So this guy puts a video of this black guy going fucking insane in California, and Joe's response is just basically a retweet. It's not like, shall we examine, why this is occurring? Perhaps, get mental health issues or support for communities. Like, no, it's literally like, oh, this is funny, or like, I don't agree with this at all. And never taking a fucking stance, never actually doing anything but fence sitting, never willing to call out the truth. And he knows it, though. That's the thing, though. He knows about the Asian hate crimes. But he purposely censors himself by saying, oh, other people are doing it. Really? Really? It's fucking... It's... Look, I can't respect anyone who has no courage. I can't. It's hypocritical, for one, and it just seems so pandering. It's like, I want donations, I want the points, the virtue signaling points, social credit, that I said, it was gay month, so I decided to say, hey, I support the gays, and it was black month, so I said, I support the blacks. It was white month, I said, fuck you, whitey. And then, it was fucking queer, moose month. And it was like, I love those queer moose. And when he's called out on it, he goes on one of these little fucking sort of statements that never has an ending because he never fucking finishes his sentences. And... he's tried to fucking raise this on his show, embarrass me and stuff. Like, oh, listen to Dave. He challenged me to stuff. Yeah, he's literally viewing old shit and trying to make me look like the bad guy and not telling the people on the show all the information. Because in the video it says, let's have a balanced debate. Have, two moderators, so forth. One picked by you, one picked by me. And then I can't remember who was on the show. It was like, did this just happen now? Like, does he just, not want to have a balanced debate? And Joe just fucking skated right over to ignore it and stuff. So it's just cowardice. And it bothers me because I know that he knows that I'm correct. And, I can't respect that. And, he's not going to be allowed. This new world is not going to allow for fence sitters, okay? People, look, you're either with the mob or you're with the fucking civilization. So it looks like Joe wants to be part of the progressive mob. And as such, we know they eat their own. So he himself is going to be canceled if he chooses to stay with that side. But again, we see the cowardice over and fucking over again. Joe, until you can actually put yourself on a show with me one-on-one, okay? With, we can have a couple of moderators to keep things nice and calm. But unless you're capable of discussing a serious topic with me without making everything a fucking joke, then you yourself are the one that remains the joke. What does it cost you to fucking stand up for what you believe in and debate me? Nothing. If it doesn't matter whether you're factually correct or not, if in your mind you believe what you fucking talk, well, then you would actually, totally debate me. But you don't believe that, though. That's the thing. You don't believe the bullshit. At least I don't think so. Most of the time. I'm confused. I don't know. Some of the shit you swallow like fucking nobody's business. And the other stuff, it just sounds so fucking artificial that I have to question your legitimacy, It's just... I don't know. But again, Joe, you could get me to stop shitting on you. You could get me to fucking, be cool with you if all you would do would be have the guts to fucking have a debate with me. It's as simple as that. And it doesn't matter if there's no conclusion to a debate. You ever heard about that before? Probably not, because you hate books. But the fact is that you can end a debate without a clear winner, and that's fine. That's how it works. Okay? So, it's win-win for you if you choose to debate me. Because then, you love to spin your narratives. You love to spin right round, baby, right round. So you could say, look, I went on to debate. They treated it with absolute respect. But yeah, I was still fucking set up, and this is how I'm a victim and stuff. So there, for your audience, you look fucking gold. So it's win-win. But again, you've got to confront this stuff. You can't be a fence sitter all your life, because eventually everyone's going to fucking be pointing at you and calling you out. Just like our next course. So we're done with you, Mr. Joe Cronin. You remain a coward until you're willing to discuss this. I'm sorry. I had respect for you. I've lost it. I'm not happy that I lost respect for you. But, the fact is that you're the one who basically chose this. And, if it wasn't for your pride, you might actually, be able to reconcile with the 11 co-hosts that you've literally burned bridges with. But let's finally move on to our piece de résistance. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so glad that you've decided to stick with us here tonight, because now we are bringing you one of the most delectable dishes that has yet to be, or that has been created so far here at the Drama Diner. So let me pull up a image here. I don't know why it wasn't loaded, but we'll figure this out. But yes, I couldn't hold myself. I could not hold myself from doing this. I was hoping to hold off until Sunday, but no, this is too good. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest, news this community has ever experienced. I'm going to wait for the graphic to show up. I know we are somewhat delayed. I also want to see what kind of build-up will warrant responses in the chat. But, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Scott Anthony McKinnon of Fort McMurray, Alberta, looking so adorable with those chubby cheeks, just like a chipmunk. That's right, Tiff. And now our feature presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the best thing to do would be to actually, yeah, why not? I'm not going to play the video, but I'll play the audio. After all, it was so succinct and just so perfect that it truly fits into today's final meal. By the way, this is a video I recently released. It is titled Breaking News Community Operations Briefing Live. And the description says, a live televised briefing from a joint FBI-CIA base in coordination with the Texas RCMP and Florida Police Department, located somewhere in Fort McMurray, Alberta, sponsored by the Society Countering Untrue Narratives Today, also known as SCUNT.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Before we continue, Danny MT makes a great point. Look at the lazy eye. Y'all try and tell me I'm wrong. Yep, apparently it's been pointed out to me that Scott also has a lazy eye. But, hey, rules for thee, not for me. Ladies and gentlemen, to the 65 fake viewers that are watching right now, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Scott Anthony McKinnon, after a little bit of work and effort, not just by myself, but, and they will have to in the chat indicate if, and I can't remember, that's why I'm asking if they would indicate, if they would wish me to also mention their name due to their diligent work and absolute skills. Ladies and gentlemen, I know exactly where Scott McKinnon lives now. Let me repeat that for those that might be a little hard of hearing. Scott Scanty, you are very, very sloppy. And I shall also reveal that my partner in justice was Tiff. She and I worked diligently and extremely well. Fucking well-oiled machine, pair of fucking intelligent operative that fucking worked to perfection. And damn, did we produce results in a fairly limited time. I mean, I think it took us at most about an hour to just basically get everything figured out and finalized. Because we were very, very proactive in being absolutely certain. We didn't want to have one sliver of doubt or improbability. We needed to be abso-fucking-lutely certain. And we did. And yet, you combined our skills and we had this down in an hour. In a fucking hour. Okay? Okay. So, if it was just me, it would make 2 hours. If it's just Tiff, just 2 hours. But both of us combined, we nailed it. We fucking nailed it. And, it was, equal work, basically. However, I thought it would be appropriate that Tiffany got to choose the beat of the dance. So, a little drip drop, fucking Chinese water torture here, Scunty. And, yeah, a little bit of elbow grease from those of us who don't have our livers failing, who have fucking chubby cheeks to store all those nuts for winter. We figured it out. We know exactly where the fuck you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to breathe it in. Let's remember, this is an individual who, over the past 3 years, has literally caused a reign of terror on other people. And he's done so essentially unscathed. And on top of that, that is fed into his ego to make him believe that he could get away with anything. Well, obviously he lived a very privileged life, as his sister revealed to me and Tiff. But it's clear that he's never been put in his place, nor he's ever had to actually deal with real world repercussions. I mean, it's a simple fucking thing. You fucking accidentally hit a car. Oh, shit, man. I'm going to have to fucking pay him an increased premium now, my insurance. Oh, that's right. You don't own a fucking car. You don't know that shit. Okay. I don't have time to figure out an analogy you understand, but that's okay, Scunty. So, breathe it in. Remind yourself that this individual thought that he could terrorize people, that he could get away with whatever he wanted and basically lie to do so. And now, well, the tables have turned hugely. In fact, here's what is going to happen. I hope you're listening, Scunty. And Simo, Chris Moore, you're going to have to pay attention too, because, stuff coming your way too, but it's going to be after the Scott stuff. But, Scott, you have shown yourself to be a clear and present danger to yourself and others for a long time. Your sister even agrees. So, we have an absolute record of individuals in this community who have stated unequivocally that they felt threatened by you. Now, if you understand the law, oh, that's right, you don't. Let me explain. I'm going to share this information with other people. First and foremost, that's not doxing. Let's talk about who, at least initially, I will be sharing this information with. Well, first of all, I have trusted confidants. Unlike you, who fucking will screw people over, I'm going to tell people that I trust about this. so they know. Not for the intent or purpose to dox you, but so they know that somebody who has clearly threatened me multiple times, they know where they are on the map. They know where they can locate them. Because if something was to happen to me, Scanty, and you're going to try to claim this is baseless, but you've made those threats yourself, at least people know where to start. Now, hold on a second here. What is this video? Oh, so loser decides to make a fucking video. Oh, if you want to know who that loser is, I'll just show you a quick video. So yeah, so this loser, as always, thinking he's clever, let's make a video on side and talk about shit. I'm not even reviewing you, cunt. You're fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I'm fucking destroying you. You're gonna get destroyed soon enough, but we're not here to talk about an irrelevant piece of shit like you. We're celebrating here tonight. We're celebrating the fact that Scott McKinnon has been located. So as I was explaining earlier, the fact is that Skunty has threatened certain people, and they, rightfully so, feared for their well-being. So, apart from my trusted confidence, or confidant, however you wish to pronounce it, I'm going to share this information with those that you've threatened. Do you know why that's legal, Skunt? Or should I explain it to you? The fact is that you've shown credible threat to these individuals. These individuals who have indicated that, yes, they take these threats seriously. And as such, especially when they are outside of Canada, are very limited with how they can proceed without certain information. Well, those days are over. I've got your name, I've got your birth date, I've got your birthplace, and now I have your address. So if Bex, for example, or say Big Bad Ads, feels that Skunt, appearing yet again in another chat and making even more threats on him and Bex, well, they're going to get your information so that they can take action against you legally because they have a right, they rightfully feel threatened. Ken and his lovely wife Shannon will get the information. We've gone through this for multiple years. You've threatened not only him, not only Ken's family, Ken's parents, but now, as of late, Shannon's family. They get your information too. Let me see who else there was. YR. That's right. YR's been threatened multiple times. You've literally described how you're going to murder him. He gets your information too. Oh, by the way, I also have his active phone number right now, which is with Bell Canada. So, also Danimal, who lives in my home province of Ontario, who has children, had them threatened by Skunt. He gets your information too. Real Talk Metaphor Messiah. He got threatened with violence. He'll get his information too. Nikki Nines, the Nine God, a close personal friend, a man that I respect. You better goddamn well believe he's going to get your fucking information too, and even an aerial shot, which you can just get on Google, but I'll save him the fucking time and I'll do it for him. Who else? Mars Mira, I'm sorry, the kingpin of fucking Vegas. You dared call his job to try to get him fired? Surprise, he gets your information too. Everyone gets your fucking information. Everyone gets your fucking information. I'm going full Oprah, motherfucker. I'm going full Oprah. Now, I'm doing this legally, though. So we start off with my confidence. We continue with those that have been threatened by you, and as such, have legal repercussion against you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, people, so much for reminding me. I know this is a long list, I know, but we must remind these scumbag pieces of shit. We must remind these scumbag pieces of shit. He's also threatened Jake Bars and his newly born child. Right? Ryan Murray says, laughs in Nikki Nines. I like that. Let's see, what else? What else have we gotten? Who else has he threatened? I know there's a few people that I'm thinking of that I've forgotten. But again, the list is long. But guess what? They're getting your information, scunt. They're getting your information. It's perfectly legal. It's not doxing you. If they choose to do something illegal with that information, it's on them. It's not me. However, what I do know is they have valid right to fear and to be concerned for their safety because you've made it evident that you have it out for them. You're a danger to yourself and others. As such, these people who you've threatened, I should say, deserve every single tool available to them to protect themselves. And that includes being able to contact the police and nail the fuck down where they need to send somebody. You getting it, scunt? You getting it? Oh, Simo in the chat. Hey, Simo. Hidden by Rocca, whose boomerang can kill a Joey from 300 yards. So, Scunty, I know I've said you were done in the past, and that was obviously clear. You're clearly done, but you are so destroyed now. It's over. It's fucking over. And it's just, oh my God, this is beautiful. One of my sparrows is an absolute fucking genius when it comes to fucking using the computers. And I guess they have their own docs boxes because they were able to hack his fucking phone and they took this photo. You guys have to see this. This is fucking incredible. Like, good job, first of all, on hacking the fucking phone to show this. But this is just fucking absolutely incredible that you can take this photo and show him here. So check this out. Shout out to the Sparrow that sent me that. Respect on the skills that it takes to do such a thing. But damn, just, it's so revealing. So fucking revealing. But yeah, this was something that I took great pleasure in, and Tiffany and I celebrated this great accomplishment, and well-deserved, not just for us, but for you as well. You, all you people who had to suffer through this bullshit, now can take solace and pleasure knowing that Scunty is more done than he even realizes. Now, the thing is, though, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to show the evidence to all those that I previously discussed, especially for the trusted acquaintances and friends and so forth. Because then when they look at the evidence, when they go on their streams and shows, they can confirm exactly what I'm saying. Now, again, I'm protecting them, and I'm protecting you, and I'm protecting myself. We're not going to do anything illegal here, okay? Scunty's counting on that because Scunty's a fucking moron. So is Simo, a.k.a. Chris Moore. But, again, we know the law. And again, are we ever going to take the fucking word of a fucking garbage bag full of cottage cheese on the lawn when the guy's a fucking con? Pfft. Come on. I mean, like, it's just fucking pathetic. But regardless, you know, once Skunt is out of the picture, Simo's going to face some other repercussions, even probably while Skunt is still around. But, see, that's how pathetic he is. He can't do anything without Skunt. He needs Skunt as his fucking puppet. Oh, people. Everything is coming out perfectly. Let me play this clip for you because it just, it comes together so well, people. Hold on. Oh my God, people, listen, not only take pleasure in the pain, but notice the names that are mentioned and the absolute hilarity of the entire thing. Please enjoy.
Anyway, what's the matter with you? You want to have a live sex celebration? Right now? I love you. You love me too? Like, my wife, I think my wife actually loves me. You love me too? Please, man. Let's come together. Let's both have an orgasm on the air at the same time. Joe. Remember the time that you gave me the crop? You gave me the crop to lick. Remember that day? Oh, yeah. I really appreciate that, man. Did you give the corrupted link or something? Dude, I'll never forget what you did there that day for. What's the matter with you? What the hell's going on? What's wrong? That's right. Did you, like, see a picture of young Republican's dick or something? Is that what's... Bro, they're trying to fucking kill me, man. Reptilians or the... No, bro, this ain't a joke, man. There's a whole fucking community with that Malky Woodley and shit, led by Simo and Mervin and all these fucking pieces of shit. I see Steve's involved, Young Republican probably, and they're fucking betraying me as a pedophile, Joe, for real, man. And they're coming after me as people in fucking my hometown, threatening to fucking beat my head off their fucking cockpit, bro. And I've been calling the cops, Joe. They're not doing shit. I don't know what the fuck to do, bro. Tell them you're black. It's funny, man. I'm fucking in tears, bro. What the fuck, bro? Are you fucking with my life for real, Joe? Like, it's not cool, buddy. Like some of the community thing. You mentioned all the people from this community, but I don't think those people... They're all connected. The CBC, Best of the Worst, the whole fucking group of them, man. Thanks to Chris fucking Moore.
Hold on, what was that name again?
Man, thanks to Chris fucking Moore. I don't think that the people from here would do that stuff. I mean, you really think it's those people? It's those people. I know it is for a fact.
He knows it for a fact.
It's not that I think. I already know, Joe. I already know.
Let us relish in his tears. Let us laugh at his pathetic cowardice. So, first of all, he names all these people. Chris Moore, Simo, fucking S.E. Steve, even YR. Says that they're involved with this. Now, remember, this is the guy that literally monthly is changing his opinion as to who is fucking Lockjaw. Okay. So he's absolutely certain at that point. But, and, you know, Nikki Nines made a great point in the chat where Scott did come out and say, oh, but it was a work, guys. It's an act. Those tears sounded real to me. And there is something that we need to address. Okay, Skunty. And this is something you really need to pay attention to. You really upset a lot of people in your fucking hometown. And some of them associate with certain groups that I choose not to associate with. Okay? And these individuals, Simo, fuck off, man. Like, nobody gives a fuck about you. I'm not going to review your 6-minute video apparently on me. Like, I don't care about you. You're fucking irrelevant. Get out of the chat. Nobody cares. But going back to what I was saying is that, these are people, many of which that Scott fucked around with, Malky crew, and those that hated Malky, that I would never even involve myself with. Scott's upset a lot of them. And some of them have contacted me, and they would love to know where you are, Skunt. They would love to know where you are. Now, if they somehow showed up in front of my house and threatened me, well, I really don't have much of an option other than to surrender that information. But, you should understand that you said that I was going to take you down, but you were going to take me down. That's not happening. I'm taking you down. But if you want me to just step aside and let these other people find out where you are, well, that could happen too. I mean, technically, you have threatened some of those people. In fact, to my knowledge, and I need this clarified, but to my knowledge, some of these people that you've messed with from your hometown, you threatened their families and their kids. As such, certain groups that like riding motorcycles, for example, don't like that sort of thing. They also don't like that, it seems to be that you panic when you're labeled a pedophile because you're scrambling to try to fucking justify your actions. And you said that in this clip. So, I mean, technically, by threatening somebody else's life, they have valid reason and concern to require that knowledge. I mean, as long as they don't dox you, that knowledge in their hands is not a problem, really. I'm not responsible for other people's actions, and I'm certainly not going to give information to somebody that's going to cause you harm physically, but if, in fact, their families felt threatened and they require that information to proceed with charges, well, then it's theirs. It's perfectly legal to do so. Now, if they decide to change their opinion at the last moment, instead of going to the cops, they fucking, bring a bunch of fucking riders to your place, that's out of my hands now, okay? I had no control over that, okay? So, that's not my problem. I can tell you one thing, I'm doing everything by the book. I'm doing everything legally, and I know what I'm doing. You don't. So, you got to understand, you've lost. You lost years ago. And the only thing that you can do right now is to just accept your fate. You should have actually walked away long ago. You chose not to do it. Okay, well, now we know exactly where you are. What are you going to do, cunt? What are you going to do? You going to make another claim that you know where I am and then claim that you don't know where I am? Are you going to say that you've contacted the RCMP, but you haven't contacted the RCMP? Let's listen to your fucking pathetic crying again.
Anyway, what's the matter with you? You want to have a live sex celebration?
Now we're going to do a little commentary again. Yet again. Fucking Joe with the fucking sex talk.
I love you.
Fucking fag. Speaking of fags, I love you.
You love me too? Like, my wife. I think my wife actually loves me. Joe, you love me too. Please, man. You're right. Let's come together. Let's both have an orgasm on the air at the same time.
Again with the sex talk, Joe. Like, seriously, get yourself a fleshlight or something. Like, come on.
Joe. You gave me the crop. You gave me the crop to like. Remember that day? Oh yeah. I really appreciate that, man. Did you give the corrupted link or something? Dude, I'll never forget what you did there that day for. What's the matter with you? What the hell's going on? What's wrong? That's right. Did you, like, see a picture of young Republican's dick or something? Is that what... Bro, they're trying to fucking kill me, man. Reptilians or the... No, bro, this ain't a joke, man. There's a whole fucking community with that Malky-Woodley and shit, led by Simo and Mervin and all these fucking pieces of shit. I see Steve's involved, Young Republican probably. And they're fucking betraying me as a pedophile, Joe, for real, man. And they're coming after me as people in fucking my hometown threatening to fucking beat my head off their fucking cockpit, bro. And I've been calling the cops, Joe. They're not doing shit.
It's hilarious, and I've made this point several times, but I'll make it again. Scunty, you've claimed that you've called the cops. They've got a whole file on me, and you claimed that I was the most dangerous person to you, blah, blah, blah. And there's nothing on me, dude. But then when you contact them about an actual threat on you, according to what you're telling us, with fucking, motorcycle clubs and so forth, you're telling me that the cops aren't willing to do anything? The cops in fucking Fort McMurray, where they know that that's a massive amount of crime that comes from, groups associated with that sort of thing. And you're going to tell me that they're not going to do anything? Well, maybe they realize that your life has no value and they don't want to fucking defend you, but pathetic. Pathetic. I want to hear that again. I need to hear that again.
And they're coming after me as people in fucking my hometown threatening to fucking beat my head off their fucking cockpit, bro. And I've been calling the cops, Joe. They're not doing shit. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Guess what's going to happen now that all these people who are going to get your address, guess what the cops are going to do now that all these people will get your address? They'll carry through on something that you never wanted in the first place. You being held accountable for your actions. You thought yourself so powerful, Scunt. So powerful. You defend the world against pedophiles. You defend children. You defend against bullies. You are one. A bully, that is. And no, you are far from powerful.
Black. Tell them you're black.
Not surprised that Joe, pulls out the race card,
Funny, man. I'm fucking in tears, bro. What the fuck, bro? Are you fucking with my life for real, Joe? Like, it's not cool, buddy.
By the way, I wish there was another clip that I had. I've played it multiple times. I can't find it right now, but it's Scott crying again. It was funny.
Like some of the community thing. You mentioned all the people from this community, but I don't think those people are all connected. The CBC, best of the worst, the whole fucking group of them, man. Thanks to Chris fucking Moore.
A.K.A. Simo, the guy that is not only constantly in chats trying to fucking, sound, I'm so cool, I'm trolling people. But the guy that literally called you a pedophile, said he was going to release information on you, obviously lied, and now you're buddy-buddy with him because you're so pathetic. You've got nobody. You've got no friends, no allies, nothing that you've got to actually associate with the guy that labeled you a pedo. That's how pathetic you are.
I don't think that the people from here would do that stuff. I mean, you really think it's those people? It's those people. I know it is for a fact.
He knows it is, just like he knows his lockjaw, right?
It's not that I think. I already know, Joe. I already know.
Fucking pathetic, Scunt. Fucking pathetic. And I look very much forward to any future video that you want to release, because you keep saying, oh, Dave Rose isn't acting in Ontario. Not even close. But I know exactly where you are. In fact, perhaps I can drop a few hints. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle. Let my spirit set me free. That's just a little bit of a drip. There'll be more. There'll be a lot more. But expect very soon that by Sunday night, all associated parties shall know where they can send the police. Actually, that's a great point. Danny MT reminded me. Marvin would very much love to have, you held accountable. You've literally called his job and attempted to get him fired. Marvin would especially love this information. Marvin, thank you for the reminder, Danny MT. So if Marvin is out there, feel free to contact me. In fact, you don't even need to. I'm going to send you that information as well. Do you see, Skunt, how that works? You see how that works, Skunt? He has a viable concern over your actions. In fact, you know what? Now to think of it, JB needs this information too. You're the one who fucking made the call out. Get me fucking JB's information. Then fucking Chris Moore decides to fucking pay one of these websites. And, you revealed this, Scott. I mean, you revealed your fucking source. And, he reveals that information in the chat. And JB, ends up leaving to the chagrin of many. So, he's going to get that information too. Look at that. Everyone's going to get the information, Skunt. Because you've literally fucking threatened everybody. Simple as that. Now, don't you feel better, Skunt? Don't you feel better? Don't you feel better that I know exactly where you are now? In fact, Tiffany and I were even debating, why don't we actually, get one of these grocery stores, that delivers fresh produce, to deliver a eggplant to every single unit that you're in. And, not just you, but your landlord or whatever, the people that you live there, but the entire sort of block, the group, the suites, would know that, yes, there's an eggplant aficionado in their complex. And maybe we could even put a little note saying, kisses, a gift from Scott McKinnon, unit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, Scunty. The funniest thing is that you actually thought you could win. That's the funniest thing. That you actually thought that you could win against me. But you're beyond destroyed. I don't think you really realize that just yet. But the best part is, every time I actually show my power level, you fucking make these videos crying and acting like an absolute bitch, sounding totally scared. You've even admitted, I'm totally scared of Dave Rose. And then the next week or after, I'm not scared of Dave Rose. You're going to have to pick one there, son. You're going to have to pick where, pick a gender, you goddamn faggot. Pick a gender. So, it's just hilarious that this guy actually thinks, and obviously Simo's going to whisper into his ear. Simo's going to be dealt with, soon enough. The doxing basically has now allowed us to basically get him, get the ball rolling sort of thing. We've got the information we need, and, it's just a matter of fact that things are going to happen, especially with a felon of all people. But regardless, once, Simo doesn't have Skunt to fucking manipulate, he's not going to have much, power to do anything other than just, commiserate. Because right now he feels powerful by just sending Skunt on his way and give him access to his accounts and fucking, just like trying to support him in the chats and stuff by saying things or trying to act like a troll and stuff. But we all see through that. We all instantly, From the names alone, we instantly see who it is. We know who it is. It's pathetic. And you people are so sad. And you think you can get one up on us. But this is, it's typical of low IQ individuals. Simo actually thinks that he can, get away with this and that people take him for relevant. Nobody does. But, you can't expect much from literally somebody that looks like a white trash bag that's filled with cottage cheese. She's like the epitome of bottom of the barrel genetic waste. There's nothing there. And, statistically, speaking, he'll probably be shot soon enough in Detroit there, They clean up their own trash, so that should be taken care of. But the thing is, though, he's flounder. He's garbage. He's nothing. Nobody cares about Simo. But when it comes to fucking Skunty here, there's a lot of things that Skunt has done that will be held accountable for. Things that are criminal, things that he can try to dismiss and say, well, you might be 1,000 miles away, so it doesn't really matter. But no, it's over, Skunt. It's over. We know where you live. We know where you live. We know where you live. And you were sloppy. So fucking sloppy. So fucking sloppy. I can't fucking, emphasize that anymore. So fucking sloppy. When you're literally in that alley, homeless in Fort McMurray that has the carpet and the pot lights and the fucking brown trim on the doors, you were sloppy. You were sloppy. Tiff in the chat says, never should have underestimated me, Scott. Your two biggest mistakes was trying to exploit my photos and teaming up with Dave. Indeed. Indeed. And again, the fact that he has no remorse over what he did with Tiff, to me, that's the biggest violation of trust. Trust to me is the ultimate. There's nothing more than that. And to do what he did is beyond reprehensible. There is never a justification for that. And if you even attempt to justify that action, it just shows how much of a scumbag you truly are. Because there is no justification from that. But he so deserves what he's getting. So deserves what he's getting. Because it's like you called him ugly and he literally shot you in the face. The overreaction from him justifies what's coming down on his head. Totally justifies it because he's just been so criminal with his actions and so extreme and so vindictive that, well, justice will come and justice will come swiftly. So the thing is, we have all the puzzle pieces now, Skunt. All of them. Anybody that, for example, Bodark, he stupidly, against our recommendations, decided to associate with you and then, realized he was a fucking moron because he got to see you for who you truly were. Well, he has the ability to get this information too. You got to realize, Skunt, that you've literally exposed yourself and you're a criminal. You can't deny it. So now, I remind you yet again that you are truly powerless. You are truly powerless. You are yet again relegated to the role that you are. That sad little boy. Little introvert that was quiet there in Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. The one that nobody picked to be in their groups or on their teams. The one who felt resentful because there were others that weren't an introvert and were popular or were intelligent. But no, Skunty, you are truly that sad little boy. And you chose this. You chose this. So I'm very, very pleased to finally have been able to speak about this, because it was something that I've been looking forward to speak about for quite some time, but, well, you know, had to keep quiet for a bit, but I couldn't wait any longer. I needed to let everybody know about this. And I think that it's also a great day, actually, because it is Friday. It is the start of the weekend. And why not start off the weekend with this great knowledge and information? Because it truly is a game changer yet again. And Skunt will know justice. And I'm going to have to release a little bit more information to show Skunt that I know exactly where he is. So that and again, I'm not doxing him, because I know the law. I don't do things illegally, unlike Skunt. And I'm certainly not going to unblock him on Twitter or on Skype, to give him his exact address and then block him again. I'm not going to unblock him. But I will drop a little few clues. And again, by doing so, not only Tiff, but my trusted confidants, because of the proof that I will submit to them, will be able to confirm that, yep, Dave Rose is correct. That is correct. He knows where you are, because I've seen this evidence, and this now proves it. So, yeah, it's gonna be a great few days, because now this topic is going to be discussed tonight on Friday Night Fire, tomorrow night on Insomniac, Sunday night, No Hard Feelings, and who knows, maybe even Joe will pick up on the story. But, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So, Skype lines are open. If anyone wished to call in, please do so. I'm thinking of wrapping it up in a bit. But if we get anyone who calls in, I'll definitely hear their words. But we've been going for about 3 hours and 10 minutes. And I think we got a good cornucopia today. And a nice variety, as it were. But I'm very glad to finally be able to reveal the information about Skunt. And just remind him that he already lost, and that, no, he's not taking me down, I'm taking him down. He's done by copyright of TLC Productions Limited. And it doesn't belong to Joe Cronin. And that, no, Skunt, you can't win against me. And in fact, you can't win against all of us. All of us that you fucked over, you're not going to fucking win. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man from down under, Rocker.
Hey, how you doing, Dave? Wow.
Happy Friday. Or actually, it's probably Saturday for you guys now, right?
It's 8:15 Saturday morning.
Oh, well, happy Saturday.
Happy Friday to you. Wow, well done.
We're talking through time, on. We're talking through time. So how you doing?
Done.
You enjoying the show?
Oh, mate, I've listened to every second of it. Well done, well done. And to Tiff, well done.
Well, thank you very much for your praise, and I'm sure Tiff also appreciates it as well. But yeah, we are both very pleased at the outcome of our efforts.
Yeah, it's just I'm lost. You know, I hardly get lost for words, but this time I am YR. Do you notice that I'm not yelling this time? I'm actually I haven't got my radio voice on, but I'm actually talking normal. There's a bit of echo because where I live is a really high ceiling.
Sounds good to me. I don't hear an echo.
Oh, cool. Anyway, Scott, I don't know, the old videos from 2018, which I've got, and I've had people messaging me, oh, can you send them to me? You know, I want to have a look, so I'll get around to it. But I've gone through 3 or 4 hours of the shit. Oh, my God. It's a train wreck, Dave. you just can't look away. It's a degenerate train wreck, like most of those IRL streamers, which I can't look away from. My son got me involved in that.
There's something about a horror scene that just attracts human eyes. I don't know what it is. I feel the same way. You just can't look away.
Well, I blame my son. He was an ice, he's now 23. He was an Ice Poseidon guy, so, I was fiddling around home and I walked past his room and he's laughing his head off. So, what the hell are you watching? And he's told me about it and all that sort of shit. So he got me into the IRL community. This was just before I got into Foul Mouths, which was not through Cronin. It was through the Super Ugly show when Rodney Dangerfield from the Dead appeared, and it was Ken. So that's how I got into Foul Mouths in 2017. Rodney Dangerfield from the Dead. If anyone wants to go back and listen to the Super Ugly show, I think it's episode 51 or something like that. When Rodney Dangerfield from the Dead appears, and obviously it's Ken, and I was laughing my fucking ass off. It's not the one where Rodney Dangerfield and JR appears on the stream. It's a few episodes before that. And it's like, fuck, this guy is fucking hilarious. Whoever's doing this shit is fucking hilarious. So I think I hit up, I don't know if it was said in the show, who was doing Rodney Dangerfield. I can't fucking remember. But I think I hit up Richie or Rocky from Super Ugly. I said, who the hell did Rodney Dangerfield? No, it's Ken from Foul Mouths Network. So
that's how
I got
found
onto
him,
that.
eh?
And then I hopped along to Cronin when Ken got onto Cronin. But as soon as Cronin fucked him over, I was gone from Cronin anyway.
Yeah.
Loyal to Ken.
So you're not much of a pro wrestler type guy.
I've seen it so many times. I've seen people fuck in the radio industry. Oh, mate, from 89 to 2015, I've seen so many people fuck people over, stab people in the back, money, fucking money, sales reps. Yeah, not all of them, but most of them. Sales reps will fucking backstab you. They'll do anything for cash. Cronin was an ex, as far as I know, Cronin's an ex-sales, well, we call them sales reps here in Australia. They're sales managers, sales executives, whatever they call them in North America, I don't know.
Used car salesman.
But fuck all. Isn't Drew a sales rep too, or something like that? Doesn't he sell cheese or something?
Yes, he's a cheese salesman. He goes, he travels around the country, basically assisting resellers with purchases.
Well, I thought Drew was loyal to Ken. Like, Drew was always on Ken's show and always donating and all that sort of shit. And then I found out he flopped over, flip-flopped over to Cronin. So it's like, this guy's a traitor, as far as I know, as far as my opinion is. Anyone, not that my opinion matters. So I've got nothing. As far as I know, Drew's got what's he got? 6K subs. Ken's got 2K subs. You're almost, 600. Wow. And don't forget, Vikings purchased those 2.3K subs. In the Ice Poseidon Discord. And Discord, don't get me started on Discord. That's pedocord. Well, the ones I used to visit, the Ice Poseidon and Scuffed Jim Carrey, you would not believe what was going on in those Discords. Oh, my God. And it's like, fuck this, I'm out of this. I'm out of here. Fuck this.
Yeah, I've heard stories that there's some crazy shit on Discord.
A lot of doxing, a lot of nastiness, a lot of backstabbing. I mean, people ask what I do. Well, I've been out of the industry now for 6 years, but I'm a freelance copywriter.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I've got a middleman, right? So I don't have to deal with the sales rep. So if the sales rep wants the copy written, and these days there's no employed copywriter at radio stations. You know, they've cut back on staff. You know, if you're not an all-rounder, you don't get a gig. If you don't suck cock, you don't get a gig.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's completely fucked up compared to what it was like in the 90s and the zeros.
Yeah.
And even the late 80s. When I started off, I just got plucked out of. What happened was, right, 85, when I was, 84, when I was 10, we went up to the local radio station, and me and a mate of mine from school, primary or elementary school, as you call it, over there.
Yep.
We went up and we sat in on the drive show at the local radio station with the local DJ. And it was like, fuck, this is what I want to be. This is what I want to do when I grow up. So it was you know, and this was even before. And Ken was exactly the same, recording ourselves, you know, fucking had the tape recorder everywhere, you know, and all that sort of shit. So he visited my high school when I was in year 10 in 1989, and he heard the lunchtime radio station, which was virtually me. So he came up to the radio station. He said, how would you like, you know, he had power up at the local radio station. He said, how would you like to do a bit of work experience, you know, around the station, you know, and you've got a bit of talent there, you know, You sound pretty good. Do you want to work in the industry? I said, shit, yeah. I'd love it. So I left school because the only reason why I went to school was to do the radio station. Because, you know, the bullying and all, yeah, everyone's been bullied these days, but there was a lot of fucking bully. There was no shit, Dave, and I've only told this to Dr. Earl, and Danny MT will confirm this. That I was sexually molested when I was fucking 11 by who I thought was my best friend. Then again in 87 by a dentist. Yeah. So anyway, we won't go on with that shit. But from 89, it was a great time to be alive. But the shit that I've seen go down is just like I think Scunty went to radio school. Anyone who goes to radio school it's a fucking useless piece of shit. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. I've sat in on a few sessions. I never went to radio school myself. But, I mean, anyone who goes to radio school who spends the money, the time, let's do a bit of production work. Let's do a bit of on-air work. Let's do this. Let's do that, and pay this fucking dickhead so much money without a job that's guaranteed in the end. You know, you still have to bust your ass to get a fucking job. And I didn't get a full-time job. No. 89... I was working for free, you know, work experience, you know, whatever. Doing what I could, you know, knocking on the door every day, pestering them. Is there any work going? Is there any work going? Is there any work going? You know, until they would get sick and tired of me and say, yes, come on in, you're hired. So I was quite lucky to get a start at the local station. I didn't have to up and move. I was able to live at home with the parents. You know, I paid them board. I eventually moved on, like, you know, to other jobs interstate and shit like that. But then Junior come up and there's, I think I told Ken and Nikki Nines that Junior, who's just turned 23, happy birthday to Junior. Just seemed like yesterday he was born. Fucking hell, time goes quick. Oh. He was conceived on a studio floor. in 97 and he was born in 98. So, but it was the proudest moment of my life when I was told I was going to be a dad, and the birth of Junior were the two proudest moments. And it wasn't, if it wasn't for the radio industry, I don't think he would have ever been born. So shout out to the floor. I still, Dave, this might make you sick, but I really, I missed something that I left behind in the second studio that I'd ever been in, and I can't get it back because that place has been demolished. It's the virginity. It's sick. It's sad. I know. I'm fucked in the head.
Hey, no worries.
What? You agree with that?
I'll do neither. I'll just let you have your piece. How about that? And yes, just to the audience, I was muting myself on Skype, but yeah, I kind of need to do that on OBS because what you didn't hear was I was coughing a lung out because of the weed that I'm smoking right now.
Well, at least the lawnmower and all that sort of shit stopped.
Sorry, say that again.
Hey?
Can you say that again?
At least the lawn mowing guy, or who?
Yeah. Thankfully, I can concentrate at least.
But no, the scunty stuff. I mean, I don't know if he's jealous. He's had goes at me in the past, you know, and calling me fake and all that sort of shit. Scunty. I mean, as far as I know. And even YR, you know, I think even YR's behind it too. Like, this was back when YR was a real fucking, real fucking asshole in the super ugly chat. 2017 YR, you were nothing but a fucking piece of shit.
He's been reformed. I've been involved in that, as has Nikki Nines. We've been working hard on trying to reform this individual before he does what Scott did and basically agrees to a lifelong contract with Satan himself. So I think we've averted disaster.
Well, I agree. I mean, I said to YR, I said, you've really, I'm surprised you've really turned the corner since you left Scunty. Now, don't fuck it up.
Everyone's saying the same thing to him, and that's what people want to see. They want to see, like, him do well. They find him entertaining, and, you know, when he's not acting like a fucking little spoiled child, he can be good. But obviously, he kind of fucked up, you know, not telling Tony to fucking reel it in. I told him, train your Tony. You got to train your Tony. And Tony, obviously, very difficult, like a fucking colt. You got to fucking break him in. And eventually it might start to work. But, like, he's got a lot of potential. His skits sometimes are fucking out of the park. But, you know, he's got to focus a bit more and stop. You know, he's got to get thicker skin, basically.
And Tony's a fucking pain in the ass.
Please, share your grievances here, because there are many people that have grievances against Tony. And sometimes they're varied, but sometimes they're identical, just like me and many others against Mello. So I would like, since we have you here on the actual call from the other side of the earth and literally in the future, I want you to tell me what you think. You have the floor.
What I think about what, Tony?
Yeah, you whatever you want to say about Tony, what you think about what you were just getting to. I know there's a lot more here. I'm going to mute myself. You got it.
Oh, thanks. Tony's overkill. Tony does, he's a tryhard. Tony's a fucker. He's got talent, no doubt, but he's a fucking tryhard. You know, and it's like, oh my Christ, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you doing now? Cutting everyone off with your fucking piano or organ or whatever the fuck it is? Give it a rest. I mean, Ken came to me and approached me about going on Friday Night Fire. It'd be great to have a professional, someone who's done it. I can't at the moment. I get behind a microphone and I freeze up these days. I don't know. And I listen back to old tapes and shit like that. And I've sent Ken old work. YR said, this guy's never been on radio, or Scunty or whoever. Ken's got the proof of the old fucking clips that I've sent him of me doing on-air work, and it's not just on-air work that you do when you're in the industry, you motherfucking dickheads. You're programming. You're fucking, you're avoiding sales reps by the dozen. I know they make the money that pays the wages, but when they start fucking doing overkill and killing stations with spot after spot after spot after spot after spot, it's just, well, let's abandon the music. Let's just have a 24/7 fucking commercial. Let's just run commercials 24/7 and kill the fucking station. The station that's got 80, 90, 100 years of history. Let's just fucking kill it. Like many have been fucking killed, and I'm firing up now because I'm a fucking passionate radio fucking guy. And if you don't like it, fuck off.
That is actually the, I believe, official Australian motto is, if you don't like it, fuck off.
Exactly.
It's on your flag. So, I mean,
like
truly valid. I totally agree with you. And in fact, I am a huge fan of radio. I love AM radio, specifically talk radio. Thing is, though, AM, obviously older, technology and stuff, but nothing fucking beats it. I love listening to AM radio, even if it is music and stuff. But I love talk radio, which seems unfortunately relegated to, AM. But I'm not gonna go buy Sirius just to listen to fucking radio. And there's so much that should be appreciated, and I love the analog transmission of radio signals compared to what's being pushed today. And the idea of having your own sort of private radio station is always something that has intrigued me.
Yeah, I ran a pirate radio station for 4.5 years up until I moved out of my old place and moved into here. It was 1 kilowatt. It got 5 kilometre distance, and no feds came knocking at my door. I used an old frequency that was abandoned in the town, and I had a few emails and shit. I'd never bloody dox myself or anything on air. It was 24/7 music, like fucking what I call classic shit rock. And you're speaking of AM radio, Dave. Have a look on YouTube. The track by Boston, More Than a Feeling?
I love that song.
Oh, it's fucking gold, isn't it?
It's one of my summer, I have a set of songs that I have to listen to every summer because they just resonated so much with me throughout my fucking youth and stuff, that they're my summer songs, and that's one of them.
And I'm sorry for bringing up Boston.
No, see, the band is good. It's just sometimes some of the residents there just fucking, enough said.
But there's a recording on YouTube. An AM stereo. Remember AM stereo? Well, you're probably not. You probably wouldn't because you're a bit younger than me. I'm 47. Well, yeah, 6 years. I mean,
dude, I was hanging with people that are older with me because my peer group were fucking retarded. I always hung out with older people.
There's a recording on YouTube, More Than a Feeling, from Japan in AM stereo. Put a pair of cans on, headphones, listen to that, you'll be...
Sorry, because you got to be able to say your thing. So, OBS confirming we're fine. Stream is looking good. All right, go for it.
Okay, it's More Than a Feeling, AM stereo.
More Than a Feeling, AM stereo, and that's it? Nothing else to type in? Tokyo, I think you said?
No, AM stereo. You should be good.
Okay, so More Than a Feeling, Boston. More Than a Feeling in AM stereo, and it's got like a Japanese sort of thumbnail.
Yes.
That's the one you're telling me I should listen to.
Oh yes. Now the first 40 seconds you won't understand because it's two Japanese people talking, but the track itself. Put a pair of cans on, listen to that, you'll be in heaven. It beats FM stereo. It's vinyl played on AM stereo back in the day. Whenever
For those
it was.
that don't speak Australian, cans means headset or some sort of ear gear. So
Yeah,
just to let you know.
it's what we call in the industry headphones.
There we go. See, there's the official, but can sound better. I put the link in the chat, actually. Everyone who's interested in that, there you go. You can easily go back, and since this video isn't deleted like Scunty's, you can come back and listen in posterity and, grab that clip, grab that link, and go enjoy something that I look forward to actually listening to.
You'll be mate. I mean, they completely fucked up AM stereo. It had potential. They completely fucked up a lot of stuff. You know, tearing down bloody studios, knocking down transmitter sites.
Well, it looks like even Beta was like removing Beta was a mistake. And apparently PAL is the superior standard.
Yes.
I've grown up on NTSC, and obviously I do have my preference and stuff, but if we're going to take a look at the numbers, well, the numbers don't lie, and they're not racist, Joe Cronin. So the fact is that PAL seems to be the superior fucking product. I can't deny it. It might look foreign to me, but that's the fault of the industry in North America, not mine.
It is because now I hate to bring Cronin back into this, but apparently he installed satellite dishes back in the day. So did I. But that was for cable or pay TV. Like, well, the company here is Foxtel.
Well, difference is you had to install like anti-dingo, measures into your fucking satellite dishes. While he didn't have to fucking, do that sort of thing.
Oi, we're not all like that,
Well, if you install a fucking satellite in the middle of the fucking desert there in the outback, I'm sure it's going to need something to keep the fucking dogs from chewing on it.
I'm not in a fucking desert, you
I know.
Although it feels like it because we're in lockdown again here.
Oh, again?
Yeah, again.
Yeah, what happened? Everything was all solved, and they were so great. Let's sit on our laurels, and
they're so behind with the vaccination thing here. They couldn't see winter coming. Apparently, the Indian strain got in from Adelaide, like the state across from where I am, from South Australia. Apparently, there was some person who came from South Australia over here to Victoria, who fucking bought the Indian strain with him and spread it throughout sporting stadiums and fucking universities. My son's girlfriend had to go into quarantine, because she was at a hot spot. She goes to uni as well, doesn't go to the same uni as Junior does. But and he had to even go get a COVID test. But they're so behind here with the vaccination rollout. And it's like, what, you couldn't see winter coming? It's like, well, we're in winter now because it's the first of the month. It happens here on the first of the month. I don't know how it happens over there. But, yeah, we're in winter here and it's fucking cold. Although I must say, I thank my landlord because he just installed a new gas heater into the place. So instead of freezing my ass off, I'm now actually oh man, it's nice and warm in this bedroom. It's heaven. It's trying to get to 22 degrees and it's 13 degrees Celsius, but it feels like fucking heaven.
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
it's going to be a challenge.
I know we've probably lost a lot of viewers since I've come on. How many viewers? Because I can't see. I'm on the phone. No, I haven't got my computer fired up.
20 maybe.
We're at 20?
No, we lost 20 viewers. We're at 49. We were at 69.
Oh, right. Okay.
Some people like you in the chat.
Have you seen that plugin? Have you tried that plugin?
Which plugin?
The go-to channel plugin that I've posted, spread around everywhere.
Where have you spread it around?
Well, where can you get it?
No, the question was, where did you spread it around?
In your chat?
Well, I didn't see it then because I didn't.
Yeah,
notice
I've posted it in your chat. I'll link you. I'll fucking
But what
DM
is
you.
it? What is it supposed to do?
Well, when you're on your computer, you know how you used to be able to go to the fucking user's channel, and you can't anymore.
That thing. Okay. Yeah, I think you may. Yeah, now that I think of it, I do remember. I guess it was you that it was, because I've had multiple people tell me that those tools and stuff. But yeah, if you want to put that back in the chat, yeah, no problem.
Well, it was based Alcatraz can confirm that it works.
No, I can confirm that it works too. As soon as you gave it to me, I was like, I did a little research, and I'm like, okay, the link's fucking clean. Let's check it out. And then I started doing some research. It's like, yep, this is legit.
Because there was a real bogus one going around, like one that would let you use it for 2 or 3 days and then ask you for money. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
So once a little birdie told me about the one I've been spreading around, you have to install a JavaScript as well. Big deal. So it's for people who want that extension, go to the Foul Mouse Network Reddit. It's on there.
So Foul Mouse Network apparently now has a Reddit. So I'm going to type this in. Reddit.com/ what is it? Foul Mouse Network?
Foul Mouse Network.
Foul Mouse Network. I guess this is new because this is news to me. No, it's not coming up. Foul Mouth or Mouths Network.
Oh, Mouth. Mouths. No, it should be Mouths. It's there. It's got 12 members.
Well, if you can put it in the chat, then I can go there and.
I can't do anything whilst I'm talking to you at the moment.
All right. No worries. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it, and see if I can view that information. Yes, Mrs. Foulmouth, you can ask a question. You don't need to ask a question. Don't be a Tommy C or Tommy NC. What was that, Rock?
No, I thought you were talking to Shannon. I thought she must have been on the call or something.
No, she's in the chat. She just
right.
She asked, "Can I ask a question?" Then she put an emoji with a hand up. But yeah,
hey, Shannon.
She doesn't. You don't need to ask me to ask a question like Tommy NC asks constantly. It's like, "Can I ask you a question?" It's like, no. How about you just skip that middle question and just ask me the question straight up from the get-go? Save some time. Because here's the thing. If you ask me a question that I'm not going to answer, I'll tell you straight up, I'm not going to answer that question. So you don't have to, can I ask you a question? Well, I'm not stopping you from asking a question, so you're clearly going to be able to ask it. Whether I answer is a different story, so why not skip in that middle step and just get to the fucking point? Am I wrong?
Said.
Am I wrong?
Very well said, Dave. Very well said.
What can I say?
You for your intelligence was I think, I can't remember, and I've known your work in the past, but there was an episode going 2 or 3 months or so ago. I don't know whether it was Insomniac or fucking Livewire.
That I was on?
Where I wrote that Dave was, this Dave guy is a voice of reason.
How long ago was that? I don't remember.
I don't know, mate. 2 or 3 months or so ago. It had to be. It had to be.
What were we discussing? Do you remember the topic?
I don't know. I can't fucking remember.
That's fine.
But I said, man, cool getting this, Dave. I said to Ken in the comments down below the fucking video, you know how my mods automatically get approved for their comments, whereas if you hold comments for a review, then you have to review comments yourself, like a person who's not a mod leaves a comment, it gets put into a hell for review if you've got that set up on your channel, that is, and I think Ken has got it set up like that. But I was just typing away, you know, blah, blah, fucking blah, my long paragraphs, you know, I can't help myself, fucking hell. Too long, didn't read, blah, blah, fucking blah. And I just wrote, geez, the DDR or Dave, he's a damn voice of reason. And you came back and replied to that and you said, oh, well, thank you very much. Just nice to hear that.
Well, that sounds like something I'd say.
That's where you and I, and it's like, fuck, I've got a sub to this guy. And then, no, before that,
I'd seen you around for a while.
Obviously, I found Mastery's old channel, like before he deleted the old channel.
Oh, really?
Like the drama club shit. You know, like the original Mars Mirror channel.
How'd you stumble on that, though?
I think Ken put me onto it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ken put me on. It wasn't, you know, I mean, I don't do fucking shenanigans, backdoor shenanigans, behind the scenes stuff. Although if you ask me for a bit of audio or something like that, I might have it. But I don't go around, oh, we got to dox this and we got to fucking expose that and blah, fucking blah. You know, I mean, I am 47. I am grown up. I do have friends outside the internet, you know. I do have family that fucking loves me. You know, no, I've got a fucking son to fucking support whilst he's at university doing a double degree. You know, we fucking try our best. But, yeah, the original Mars Mirror channel, the Drama Club episodes were, Mars, you frying those eggs. That Drama Club opener, the original opener, where, you know, it would have fucking...
With the, I believe the music was from...
90210.
No, it wasn't 90210. That's the thing, though. It was I think it was Melrose Place.
No, it was 90.
No, it wasn't. Dude, it wasn't. It wasn't 90210. Trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. Because all these guys were like, "Oh, I love that show." I'm like, I never watched that fucking show. Dude, it's not 90210.
Yes, it was Melrose Place. Of course it was. How can I fucking forget that shit?
No, that's okay. That's okay. That was a gay show, and it's okay to forget about that sort of stuff. You were curious then. It's okay. But, no, yeah. That was a good intro. A very good intro.
What a fucking shit show that was.
Yeah, I got you hyped up for the show. I think it was Scott that put that together, but I could be wrong. It could be, I probably am wrong. Knowing that Skunt is not capable at things, but it was a very good intro and it was very enjoyable, and yeah, it got you hyped up for watching the show.
Well, I mean, I saw Bex in the chat. You know, she was a mod or an original mod. She doesn't live far away from me. You know, Bex and Adam, no, they don't live far away from me. I would say probably about half an hour or so. And to Scott,
what?
Can I say to Scunty, there is no such thing as CPS, Child Protection Services, over here. It's the department.
Don't give him the actual name. Don't give him the actual name, because then he'll probably actually try to research it. Here's the thing, though. This guy's so stupid. He's so stupid that fucking the state of Texas, huge. He actually had the gall to try to threaten fucking YR by saying I called the Texas police. Now, dude, the legends are fucking out there. You got the Texas Rangers, who always get their man, just like the Mounties. You got fucking Border Control. You got fucking all the different cities that have their fucking police. Then you got the fucking sheriffs, the ones that literally walk around with a hand cannon on the side, fucking cowboy hat and boots, and they'll fucking blow a fucking illegal away, okay? So there's literally thousands of different police forces that are in Texas. And this motherfucker has the gall to try to intimidate somebody by saying, I contacted the Texas Police Department. It's got to be called out and ridiculed. It's a criminal. It's a clear attempt at intimidation and coercion. I should have been a fucking lawyer and put scumbags like Scott away. Oh man, if I could go back in time and suggest, first of all, get my law degree, then go to a fucking company and be like, we need to start up a fucking YouTube division, okay? We sue the shit and destroy the fuck out of these fucking morons that appear on YouTube. I would have been a billionaire by now.
And he's on about fake fucks. Oh, jeez.
It's not real, man. Nothing's real. Everything's fake, man. Crazy people say that. I mean, like, the fact that he doesn't get it, I mean, sort of proves our point. But, like, I mean, when you see a crazy person, homeless person, drunk, whatever, on the streets, and they're fucking yelling at themselves, it's all fake. It's the clear, scunty example.
Jesus Christ, man. That when he went off at Ken on Ken's birthday 3 years ago, you're a fucking fake fuck, Ken. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking fake fuck. I can't do it.
And it went worse. I mean, like, it went downhill from there, but, like, that just went to start to show people exactly who he was. Because he literally got tasered and, like, he got arrested and charged all that night. Because fucking Ken wouldn't give him the time of day. That's it.
Hats off to the original recorder who fucking saw the train wreck coming. Who recorded all those old streams.
Yeah, I'm glad that people have had the foresight necessary to understand that keeping things recorded on this particular individual would be beneficial for the future. And the funniest thing is that Scott actually thought that he could get away with it. He actually was dumb enough to think that he could literally threaten people and get away with it. I mean, how stupid can you get? But then again, you made a great point, is that he went to radio school and he thought he was going to be this great radio DJ and all this shit. And you made it very clear these people are fucking retarded. So, yeah, kind of makes sense.
It's sad. The guy had talent. The guy, no doubt, had talent. But the booze, whatever it was, this, I've heard all these stories about him on Omegle or whatever it is, and it's sad. It really is sad. And it's like, but it's the self-destruction,
Yeah, but no, that's the thing, though. You can have, okay, if somebody is addicted to drugs and their concern really is just to live in that, and, you can have the compassion necessary to deal with the shit that's going to come with trying to get them better. Scott's different. Scott's totally different. He is a vindictive, evil individual who has only sought to cause harm on other people. And this is somebody who is literally a threat to himself and others. And that can't be overlooked. People need to stop being pussies and say, well, it's over the internet, or... Because here's the thing. Don't you fuckers understand that if this guy was literally next to you, he probably would carry out these threats? It doesn't matter whether he'd win or not. The fact is, if he could get a sharp object, he'd probably stab you with it. Okay? So,
yeah.
It's just all these people, these cowards, are like, well, I don't want to deal with, what he might do and stuff. So you don't want to defend yourself. Or the ones who are just like, I don't want to, take any action. So what, basically you're telling him that what he did was perfectly fine and that you're not going to ever do anything. People need to stand up for themselves. People need to stand up for their fucking beliefs. I mean, don't be a Cronin. Don't be a fence sitter. Stand up for something in your fucking life.
Society, mate, it's gone to the shit. It really has.
Cowardice is complete in the populace. It's so sad that people would rather not make waves and try to make everyone happy. But don't they understand? You'll never make everyone happy. Ever. And in fact, when you try to be equal with everyone or try to make everyone happy, you make everyone mad. It's as simple as that. Nobody respects a fucking pushover. Nobody respects somebody who just agrees with whatever is presented to them and then changes their opinion and flip-flops all the time. People respect those with morals, those that stand by what they believe. And even if it's socially or, culturally unacceptable, some of us still stand by what we believe. We won't be coerced by fucking literally a percentage of a minority. and we'll never accept your degeneracy regardless of how you try to shame us, regardless, because you're the minority and we're not. And some of us are brave enough to actually speak out about it. Cancel culture won't last too long because the left always eats themselves.
Yeah, and I've got to also give a shout out to Nicky Nines. I found him obviously through Mars. The first stream I ever listened to of Nicky was when he was going off on Cronin about the cancer comment about Casey is raw.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you. I don't know if you know about that, but that was
I do.
That was some nasty fucking shit. And
yeah,
Casey,
very uncool. Very uncool.
Casey, if you're listening to this, I mean, I feel for you, man. That's fucked up. It really is fucked up. You never bring that sort of shit into your fucking show or whatever it was. You never, ever, ever. Oh, Christ, man. Did these people have fucking... anyway,
no, they have no morals. They absolutely have no morals. That is, without a doubt, unequivocally true. The fact is, they don't have any morals, and they're willing to do anything to feed their ego. Anything. Regardless of how reprehensible it is. Because they don't have any values. They're evil. It's as simple as that. It's the only... We have to look at it as the way it is. I know that it looks black and white, and that it sounds black and white, that we're being forced to choose between two extremes, but it's not. There is good, and then there's scunt. There is good, and then there's Simo. There's good, and then there is evil. And that's what these people are. Evil.
Well, yeah, Dave. I mean, as you were saying before, no one forces people to choose sides. I mean, I saw the bullshit go down with Cronin treating Ken like a used condom. And it's like, with the history that Cronin had in the past.
Whoa, hold on here. I think Cronin would take a lot more care with the used condom. He'd at least, suck out his own fucking juices and then fucking dispose of it, so.
Yeah. But, even treating you like a piece of shit in the past, I mean, there's a reason why, and Ken made this beautiful diss track on Cronin to That's Life by Frank Sinatra. I don't think Ken's got it anymore. I thought I had it, but it was spot on about what Cronin does. I've been a faggot, a backstabber, cunt to my co-host.
I think I remember that song.
Yes. It's on an old episode.
Fucking Ken is just so great with the improvisation and with the fucking song parodies. And you know what? I'll be honest. So is Cronin. But fucking, we're talking about Ken here, and he did a fucking bang-up job when it came to that.
The only one I enjoyed of Cronin was the Sean's View one. Do you want to see my dick?
Oh. Well, but he's had other songs and stuff. He's actually done sort of full songs. He's done donations and stuff. He had one for $9 one time. That was really well put together. He's got really good timing when it comes to fucking... Oh, the Himmelfarb. The Himmelfarb song that he created still remains my favorite song he's ever done. Because the tune is fucking awesome. And it's weird because it's got like, I think, an accordion. And it sounds very sort of like East Coast, like Irish type, folkish.
Yeah.
But it's rockish too. And the thing is, though, the way it starts off, and like, I'm not a musician, so I don't know the term, but there's sort of, I guess it's a rhapsody. There's a change in the beats and the, quickness of the song, and the timing that he did, it just was genius. And I told him when I was still working with him, I told him, that's my favorite song. Like, the way he just fucking executed, because the timing, it blew me away. Like, this guy knows his stuff. It's, it's unfortunate that he sort of bogs himself down with such immaturity, but, he's quite talented. But let's get back to what you were talking about, which is Ken's talent.
Well, I mean, the first time I come across Ken, I got it from there. His impressions, and then when I started listening, the fucking song parodies, he would just break out into a song parody. In the middle of nothing.
Yes.
In the middle of fucking nothing, up would come the voice changer or whatever he's got there.
No, that's just his voice. That's just his voice. He's that good.
Right. Yeah. Right. But the fucking the one he done against JD from New York called Apology. Yes. I've got it on. I've got.
By the way,
on
you
one
have
of
permission to talk over me on my show. Okay, like this isn't Cronin's show. You can keep talking if you've got a thought. Keep going. That's fine. I sometimes interrupt. Okay.
It's what's known as the ping delay. Sometimes we don't know we're talking over the top of each other. It's what's known as a ping delay through Skype and your internet connection. And we haven't got the best net connections here down under.
Well, being in the outback, I can understand. Got to kick those dingoes off the satellite dish.
Well, no, we're still using the old tins and the piece of string.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's the snakes that are fucking gathering on them.
Oh, there's a lot of snakes in the community. Tell me about that. But no, Ken would just break. Yeah.
Song parodies,
the first
you were
one
talking.
The JD from New York. When he done the fucking Apologize. It's on one of my channels. I don't know whether it's my main channel or my second channel. I don't know. The one I speak to through chat has got no videos whatsoever. I've got 5 channels, 10K subs on one channel, 2K subs on the other. Yeah, I just upload random shit, and occasionally I used to stream, but I used to stream about the IRL community, reviewing the toxicity and that shit. And they would be 5-6 hour streams of fucking just shaking my head and how the fuck these people go around getting donations.
Quickly here, Foulmouth is Foulmouth Ken is in the chat, and he's like, he's addressing the song that you're referring to. He's like, I'm better than you. Remember the one from JD, I'm better than you. He says, You're not better than me. I'm better than thee. They're better than three.
It's me.
Yeah, so that's what it's called. And I remember that song for sure. That was a fucking funny song. Yeah, his parody songs are particularly enjoyable.
Oh, aren't they ever?
And also, I mean, his freestyle raps are quite impressive. Like, first of all, I can't do that shit. You want me to write you a ballad? I can, but I have to write it for you. It takes time. But this improvisational fucking stuff, I can't do it. But they can, and they do it well, and it's fucking enjoyable to experience, to see how somebody can literally just pick a word and make a story, and just, yeah, it's fucking great. I love it.
Cunny Chris is pretty talented as well.
He is literally one of the most talented individuals doing hip-hop that I've personally ever interacted with. And I have interacted with people who are extremely talented and, obviously in music production or whatever. But the guy is fucking, I think he's incredible. Yeah,
well,
there's no other word that I can describe for the guy. He literally is fucking incredible.
Well, when we'll go back to Lucky Low and how he used to do his fucking Lucky Low. Yes. Lucky Low's got fucking talent. They've all got fucking. Yeah. You look at Filthy's fucking got talent. He'll fucking say some nasty shit sometimes. It's like, come on.
You need to shout out Mrs. Falmouth Ken. Although she says my first parody song debuts tonight, I think that she did a parody song the other night. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to classify it was a parody song because it wasn't your song and you sort of did your own thing. But there was the improvisation and it was fucking hilarious because she just took a huge dump on fucking Skunt and did it in musical form, which is extra enjoyable.
Fuck. Anyway, I better let you go. Oh, well, you going to end stream soon or what?
Yeah, well, possibly. I mean, unless I get any other calls or anything, I probably will end fairly soon.
But
But
I mean,
I do want to quickly mention is in regards to the Scott Reddit. I did find the account. The problem is you didn't give me the right info. So, Foul Mouth Network basically has a underscore between each of those words. That's why.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
sorry.
Thanks a lot there, Oz. Thanks a lot. But yeah, so I put the link in the chat there, and I hope people will check that out because I'm absolutely certain that there's going to be some great things in tune for that place.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm just joking around. But I'll check your, the link that you shared with me earlier that I shared with the chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you've got to listen to that. Yeah, you'll be.
I love that song.
Yeah, that is great rock and roll, mate. That is great fucking rock and roll. It's unfortunate what happened to the lead singer that he killed himself. But when I heard that, like when Warrant come out with Cherry Pie and that sort of shit, it's like God, the exact same fucking voice, hitting the high notes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, is this the same thing that I was listening back into, like the 80s, More Than a Feeling? Like, she's my cherry pie.
You know what's I do have to say I sort of agree with you in your astonishment because of the fact that I've listened to, I guess it's a cover, but it's indistinguishable. In fact, well, actually, the only thing that's distinguishable is the fact that the singer has this energy and power that you've never sort of encountered before, and yet it sounds like the exact same person. It's just like, wow, did this guy get 20 years younger or something? But no, it's like you're saying, it's like a cover, and it's so on spot that it's indistinguishable other than the fact that you literally think that you're in the studio with this guy 40 years ago when he recorded it.
Yeah, Dave. I don't know if you've heard multi-tracks of Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, and the Bohemian Rhapsody album, The Masters, from The Masters, like the split vocals of Freddie Mercury. Oh, my fucking God.
I wish I had still an analog, musical setup with amplifier and all that so that I could hear it proper and not this digital bullshit.
Oh, Freddie just...
In fact, I know several audiophiles that are like, they're religious when it comes to their fucking vacuum tubes. And I so respect that.
Yeah, but even, like, I listened to Dr. Earl last night. Oh, Vikings, I tell you what, he's a pain in the ass. Dr. Earl tries to talk seriously, and Vikings doing in the background. It's like, shut the fuck up and let Dr. Earl fucking talk. But Doc, he's another voice of reason in the community.
That's right. Well, when you can understand what he says, but yeah. I'm Dr. Earl. You might know me from being the Geico caveman on commercials.
You want to be in a relationship with me?
But yeah, so...
you want to be in a relationship with me? Hey, you want to be in a relationship with me? Oi, you want to be in a fucking relationship with me, mate?
All right, buddy. Reel it in.
No, I'm just doing an Aussie accent. Oi!
Leave it to the non-Aussies. We can make it sound like we're not even part of Australia and convince people that we are. I mean, I'm sure if we talk to Bullfrog, be like, "Hello there, I'm from Australia." He'd be like, "I'm sure you are. That sounds exactly like an Australian accent."
Austrian.
Yeah,
it's an Austrian.
Oh my God, unbelievable that he doesn't know his own stepfather and where he was born. And we're supposed to have respect for this individual. We're supposed to have pity on him. It's not our fault he's a fucking retard, but it's certainly within our capacity and our right to ridicule it. Dude, this is your stepfather. You don't even know where he's from? Or, again, you're so arrogant. You're such a fucking American, a Walmart American, that you think, well, the country starts with the letter A. It's all the same. So me, I was born in Argentina. That's the same as Australia. That's the same as Austria. The same as Angola. Yeah? Is that it? No, see, I'm done. I told everyone this. 2021. No more stupid. That is my political platform for 2021 in the community. No more stupid. I cannot tolerate this level of stupidity. And as such, it is my duty to call it out and destroy it.
I was losing brain cells listening to you review Bullfrog.
I'm sorry. I know that it happens to many people. I hope that I am able to somehow counter it by providing more intelligence than he's sort of sucking away out of people. But it has to be reviewed. So I do give those warnings. And, you know, if you don't want your IQ level to dip to a certain extent and you're not taking supplements to, you know, ensure that it sort of is reversed, you might want to avoid certain reviews when we deal with Bullfrog. But he's been very quiet, though. It's been very enjoyable that he has not been around. And it's unfortunate, though, because the fact is, I think that if he just reeled it in, he would be okay and people would want to be around him and have him around. But, you know, very much, and again, we have a pattern here, Rocca. We have a pattern. Entitled little bitches thinking they can do whatever they want. Joe Cronin, Scott McKinnon, Bullfrog, well, Jeremiah Goodson, if we're going to keep on the full names here. Chris Moore.
Oh, shots fired.
Well, if we're going to be truthful, we're going to be truthful. And there's nothing illegal with what I'm doing. But I'm sure Scott will give his political opinions soon enough, and I always look forward to that. Always look forward. Nothing more enjoyable than somebody who has no idea what they're talking about, speak about it with full confidence, and yet contradict themselves literally within the same breath. It is truly a spectacle to enjoy.
Oh, mate, the way Nicky rips into him is fucking gold.
Hey, what am I, chopped liver?
Like, with the laugh. Nicky's fucking laugh is...
Yes, we all are very endeared to his laugh. I mean, there's nothing that's more enjoyable to hear than his cackle as he fucking eviscerates somebody with his analysis. Absolutely. I won't deny that. In fact, that's one of the main reasons I tune in to his videos. Because, A, nobody can do it like fucking Nicky Nines. His way of carving that meat off the carcass is unique. Yes, he definitely has a way in letting us enjoy the situation with that laugh of his.
But, geez, can he fire up? Oh.
Yes, and it's funny, though, is that... Okay, so him, me, and Ken, we all have our own ways. Each of us are efficient in our methods, but we are quite different in their execution. And yes, you are correct. Nicky Nines does it in a very enjoyable manner, and it's laughs all around when he does a stream. Mine might be a little monotonous. Mine might be a little long, but expect it that they're... Essentially, I am the king vulture. I'm literally picking the bones dry. There will be nothing left when I'm done.
Well,
we all do our own thing.
It might sound like I'm licking your ass, but you're a very fucking intelligent person. You should have at least been a copywriter, I tell you. Very creative. The spot you put together with Mars about the law, what was it?
It was Rose and Mira, non-attorneys at law.
Yes, that was superbly written and executed to a fucking T.
It pleases me to know that you liked it. It really does, because I did put effort into that. And you know me, it's not just fucking shit jokes and shit. I like to put some intellectual aspect to it. And for anyone who picks up on those little things, it just gives me pleasure, because I know that, you know, people understand where I'm coming from.
So hard. People don't understand how hard it is to write copy. I mean, you're writing 2 or 3 different versions.
Yes.
You know, and it's like, no, this one sucks. You know, I'll scrap it all, start again. Next thing you know, 3 hours have gone by.
True.
It's like, well, where the fuck did the time go?
But that's the thing, though. I mean, obviously, Skunt won't understand this. But, yeah, okay. So I'm an immigrant. And although I speak English extremely well, I think, there's still a few holes in my ability to speak the Queen's English. But, you know, realistically speaking, I have not stopped speaking Spanish since I was a child. Well, since I was born. So technically, that is my first language. That is constantly what I'm speaking with my father. He understands English, but why? Why am I going to speak English to him? I speak Spanish. Keeps me also fucking speaking Spanish and stuff. So the fact is that, it's not my first language, but English I love. I absolutely adore the language. I adore Shakespeare, and I adore just understanding etymology, the origins of words, and understanding language and stuff. And I take a true passion when it comes to writing. Like, I used to write stories, like fiction, nonfiction and stuff, but like just writing, the act of writing. I used to write fucking articles for my fucking school newspaper and shit. But to write, to convey information in such a way that it's succinct, but it's also sort of giving you the mental picture that you need to be able to like fully relish and understand that story is something I take a passion of. So yeah, I mean, I'm not a professional writer. I never ever considered even going into that, but when it comes to writing, it's just a passion of mine. It's something I really, really enjoy. I mean, look at the fucking descriptions that I put sometimes in my either drama diners or yesterday's video. You know, with the fucking we got him shit and stuff. I love to be creative in that way. It's just a great way to, you know, a creative outlet.
Well, when you talk about you're very I'm very jealous you speak a second language. I mean, well, we speak the language of fuck down here, but I always wanted to learn Japanese, because in the industry and at home, we had access to satellite feeds and shit like that, right? And most of it was from Japan, and their TV shows, even their sumo wrestling. Before I got watching pro wrestling, I was always watching the sumo wrestling on NHK. Oh, that's
fucking awesome.
So that's where I started my fucking wrestling passion, was watching sumo wrestling from Japan in another language.
I love it.
And it's like, I really want to learn Japanese.
It's a beautiful language.
They had MTV Japan way before we had MTV here. You know, they were playing fucking hits and shit, but you couldn't understand a fucking word they were saying. But it's like, I really want to learn Japanese. I was so close to getting into like a Japanese learning, like language learning, but something come up. I don't know, fucking girlfriend fucking ruined that for me. Anyway, well, you know, when you're young and horny and whatever, you do stupid things, but I think we can all bloody relate to being young and stupid. Now I'm just old and stupid. But no, Japanese, that was the passion I got for pro wrestling, originated from watching sumo wrestling on NHK. And that was almost every afternoon at 4 o'clock my time, live from Japan. Now, I would either watch it at work, through the monitors at work, or at home. If I was at home, I'd have the access to the same feeds at work. There were a few feeds. I lost a lot of shit when my car got stolen. What happened was my girlfriend was a fucking hoarder. right? So there was no place whatsoever to put the stuff in the house. So I had to store my stuff in the trunk or the boot of my car. I'm talking about hundreds of audio tapes, videotapes, reel-to-reels, all that sort of shit in the trunk of the car. I go to work, bust my ass for an 8-hour shift, come out to where my car was parked, and it's gone. Everything is gone. The only stuff I have access to now is a few tapes and some stuff my mother recorded.
I'm not a fan of tragedies. I didn't need to hear that.
Yeah. And I can tell you that is where shit in my life really started to fucking fall apart, was the so-called secured car park. My fucking car was stolen, and virtually my whole life was stolen. In 97, that happened, and that was, can you imagine, like, I was doing 2 jobs at the time. I was part-time in radio, and I was also fucking working at a supermarket, busting my ass, loading shelves and shit like
Rock,
that, right?
I'm sorry to fucking interrupt you, man, but I'm going to have to wrap up fairly soon.
Yep, okay, I'll just get to the point.
I know that you've almost given us, a third of your life story, and I do appreciate it. But, I do have to eat dinner because, we have fucking Friday Night Fire literally in an hour and a half. And I haven't prepared anything.
Hey. Well, once I really talk, you can't fucking stop me. But
well, you can keep talking to yourself if you want, but I just want to at least wrap the show up in a cordial manner.
I'm fucking I ain't talking to myself. Who am I? Fucking Scunty?
Skunt needs a phone at least in front of him.
If that car wasn't stolen, I mean, yeah. Anyway, fuck whoever stole that and fucking torched it. You fucking asshole. Anyway, I'll let you go, Dave.
Well, I do appreciate your call, man. Great fucking input all around, all different sorts of things. We learned a lot, and I really appreciated what you added today. It was definitely enjoyable.
And can I just say, fuck Cronin's corpse, because he used to always say F Tommy's corpse. Fuck Cronin's corpse and fuck Scunty's corpse and whoever else out there who's a piece of shit. Fuck you all.
There we go.
You know who you are, you fucking dirty fucking assholes. You ever come here, I'll fuck you up, you cunts.
And you can take that to the bank, because when Aussies say, they mean it.
When we say cunt or dog is worse than cunt. Anyway, I'll let you go, Dave.
Well, thanks again for joining us here today. I hope you enjoy your day.
You too, mate. And I'll be listening to Fire. See ya.
All right, man. Thanks again. So that was the one, the only Rocka, calling from down under, and in fact, from the future. So, a very cool situation here. And I've noticed that our viewers have gone up and down. I don't know if somebody is supposedly planning some sort of stream. I'm looking on my subscriptions right now, and YR 29 minutes ago said live soon, 3-second video, and then Victimize This. It was published 45 minutes ago, but I don't know if it's going live or anything, so I don't know. Apparently Simo released another video, as some people said in the chat. Still not going to watch it. Totally irrelevant. You fucking garbage bag full of fucking cottage cheese. And, I can't remember who it was. Please remind everyone and claim your accolades in the chat. Who made the great fucking statement saying, sea mask. In reference to the image that we're currently facing. And I know that it's disgusting, but I do appreciate that you've been able to tolerate it for so long. Yes, shout out to that great reference. Now, something else I wanted to show. Let's do this right now. I know I sort of previewed it accidentally earlier, but this has to be reviewed. There we go. Oh! Submitted. absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent work. And I do appreciate the submission. It is something of great esteem. You deserve your accolades. And to ask for such in the chat and be recognized for it, because I don't, unlike Skunty, rat people out. If they wish that accolade, of course they will get it. But if they in fact wish to remain anonymous and a simple sparrow, well then they can know that their name will remain in confidence with me. So, going back to the chat, it seems that before I address the comments on the video, we got another fake account. You know, again, you can't do shit. Thanks for coming out, Simo. But yes, a lot of people are very amused by that video of the skunt imitation. And in fact, the imitation was so good that Ryan Murray himself in the chat is saying, "Was that skunt? I'm pretty sure that's him." That's how good that impression was. But clearly everyone, yet again, Skunty, is laughing at you. They're laughing at you, Skunt. They're laughing at you. You have no power anymore. Oh, I haven't said this in a while, but I know where you live. I know where you live, Skunt. And tonight, many more people that you've affected and threatened will also know where you live. Yes, Scott. Yes. Now you have my permission to cry.
Anyway, what's the matter with you? You want to have a live sex celebration? Right now? I love you. You love me too? Like, your wife? I think my wife actually loves me. Joe, you love me too? Please, man. Let's come together. Let's both have an orgasm on the air at the same time. Joe. You remember the time that you gave me the crop? You gave me the crop to lick. Remember that day? Oh, yeah. I really appreciate that, man. Did you give the corrupted link or something? Dude, I'll never forget what you did there that day for. What's the matter with you? What the hell's going on? What's wrong? Did you see a picture of young Republican's dick or something? Is that what? Bro, they're trying to fucking kill me, man. Reptilians or the? No, bro, this ain't a joke, man. There's a whole fucking community with that Malky shit, led by Simo and Mervin and all these fucking pieces of shit. I see Steve's involved, Young Republican probably, and they're fucking betraying me as a pedophile, Joe, for real, man. And they're coming after me as people in fucking my hometown, threatening to fucking beat my head off their fucking cockpit, bro. And I've been calling the cops, Joe. They're not doing shit. I don't know what the fuck to do, bro. Tell them you're black. It's not funny, man. I'm fucking in tears, bro. What the fuck, bro? Are you fucking with my life for real, Joe? It's not cool, buddy. Some of their community thing. You mentioned all the people from this community, but I don't think those people. They're all connected. The CBC, Best of the Worst, the whole fucking group of them, man. Thanks to Chris fucking Moore. I don't think that the people from here would do that stuff. I mean, you really think it's those people? It's those people. I know it is for a fact. It's not that I think. I already know, Joe. I already know.
So, yeah. Scunty, cry some more. I'm sure that you can not convince anybody else because you are the turd that cried shitwolf. And nobody believes you anymore. Nobody. But, yes, we're going to wrap it up. It has been an extremely enjoyable 4 hours and 28 minutes. We're going to go for the 4 hours 30 minutes. I do like to try to get to those even numbers. You all know that. I know the numbers. I read them books. And, yeah, that little, the world's tiniest violin there goes to Scunty and his crying. Because nobody cares anymore. Even though the wolf is attacking you, you cried shit wolf too many times. Nobody cares. But you know who cares? Those that were threatened by you. And guess what? Now, as they say, knowledge is power, and they will be empowered by the knowledge that I will bequeath upon them. For those that have felt, those that are listening right now, for those that have felt that they've been threatened by Scott, contact me on Skype or via email, deviousdaverose@gmail.com, or on Instagram, deviousdaverose. But if you've been threatened by Skunt, you can have that information so that you can, in turn, take the necessary legal action to ensure that you are, and your family and your loved ones are well protected. And it's perfectly legal for me to do so. So if that is how you feel, just let me know. Contact me in one of those methods that I advised. And from there, you will now have the knowledge to be further empowered to take action against Skunt and have immediate responses. So, let's see what else I was going to say. There's something else I was going to say. Scunty, you're done. I told you this. Chris Moore, you're done, but you're inconsequential. I don't even feature your videos because they're so fucking garbage, as are you. Scunty's the big issue. Once you lose your toy, you're going to go back to fucking trying to beat women or steal drugs or whatever it was that you went to fucking jail for. I got to look at the file again. A lot of criminals in this community, so you can't blame me for getting confused about all these scumbags and what crimes they exactly committed. But there's a lot and stuff. But regardless, been a pleasure, been an absolute pleasure being with all those that have chosen to be here with me today, and just take pleasure, take pure pleasure, live vicariously through me if you need, but take pleasure in knowing that I know where Scott lives. Tiffany knows where Scott lives. And after tonight, many people will know where Scott lives. And as such, they'll be able to take legal action against him. Not just Canadians, but Americans too. Australians even. Well, if, Awandi is living in fucking Dubai, I think is it Abu Dhabi? I don't know. It's a it's a fucking deserted, sandy oasis, tax haven, whichever it's called. They're all the same. He could easily get this information. In fact, S. Dollar, from last I heard, had moved out to fucking Alberta. So that means he's fairly close to you. I'm sure that he would be very interested in information too, because you threatened his life. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people after this weekend is over that are going to have your information. It's not doxing. We already know that. You're going to try to do a video now and claim it's all doxing and stuff, but I know the law and you don't. And the fact is, validly, these individuals that I'm speaking of, the massive list that I discussed, they have valid reasons to be concerned for their own personal safety. Why? Because you've made it very clear that you're a danger to yourself and others. As such, it is within their right to have access to this information. They could have hired a fucking private investigator and paid money for it. But in this case, they didn't need to. So, such a sweet, sweet start to a weekend. It's Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. We got Friday Night Fire starting in literally an hour and 20 minutes. Dave Rose is firing all cylinders. And, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh. What a great way. What a great way to start the weekend. What a great way to share our joy of freedom, of not giving in to tyranny, and holding people accountable for their crimes than this great morsel. So, ladies and gentlemen, each and every single one of you, I hope that your weekend is as enjoyable and fulfilling as mine will definitively be. Hope you guys have a great night. Hope you tune into Friday Night Fire on the Foul Mouse Network, starting in an hour and 20 minutes, as I said. Remember, donate to Dave Rose, $500, and you'll see me shave my head live on air. And tomorrow, Foul Mouse Network presents Insomniac, a great show with the VIP crew. And Sunday nights, you may even get a No Hard Feelings. Regardless, you got jam-packed weekend, and definitively everyone will be speaking about how Scott has been found. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for tuning in. Yet again, I do wish you an awesome and happy weekend. Have a great one.